Good evening, and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest, where I play my stream-only alt, which is a tinier version of my character, you could say. And hopefully this time we actually finish leveling Astrologian to level 70. Which has taken some time. Yeah, I feel like it was it's a little bit, perhaps maybe fitting to just highlight what this is at the start of the stream, since it's been a long time since this character was made, and sometimes we have some misunderstandings about what it is. It is basically just an alt that I only play on stream. So, we'll basically target for today, or tonight, is to lead to reach level 70, and then farm poetics. You'd have to turn chat off to get on with leveling. Oh, that's fine. The thing is, these streams aren't like speedrunning streams. Actually, most of the streams I do on the channel, a core aspect of them is that we're here together. If I didn't want to communicate, like interact with the stream, why am I streaming, right? But you're right that it would probably go faster if I wasn't spending time interacting with the chat. Hey Rust, hey Aradel, hey Siren, hey Gazel, and hey Steve, and hey JL. I hope you're all doing very well. I'm guessing this is, yeah, whatever. This is, worthless now. The fluctuation of the market. Hey Bob, I hope you're doing well. I did set her out, right? Yes. Right, so the plan is... Oh, there's Gazel. The plan is first to level 70. Then when we're level 70, we will do the remainder of the job quest lines that we unlock minor arcana, which I'm sure will be massively helpful. And then we will probably spend the majority of the remainder of the stream collecting poetics until we have a full set of poetics gear for level 70. And if that is actually all finished, then I'll see what we can do next. I mean, minor arcana is very helpful. We've just multiple times had discussions about how, well, it's like a 50-50 between something that is a small damage gain and something that is generally considered like a defensive cooldown you can't rely on. Isn't always very helpful, is it? But it is better than no button, and it is actually a lot better than what we could have had. Steve says people are so silly. Something that was selling for 19k got so undercut it's now 5k. It can happen rather quickly, depending on how aggressively people are undercutting. The problem is that some people are like completely indifferent to how markets work, which of course can often lead to prices like just skydiving downwards in value very, very quickly, because they're like undercutting by an excessive amount. The funniest ones are the ones where they actually undercut beneath the vendor selling value. you can actually see on any item, you can see down at the bottom it sells for 1,107 gil. So hypothetically, if I could put this on the market board, I can't, but if I could, if I put it for less than 1,107, then I'm not making any money if I sell it. Then you add on the fact that there is like a tax that has to be paid when selling these items. And then even if you sold it at its market price, you could say, you're still losing money. So if you're not paying attention to these details, you can miss out on money. Then there's the part that some people believe that it is rude to undercut by a single gil. The thing is, trading isn't about being cautious or courteous or anything like that. In this particular aspect, when you're trading person to person, sure, but if you're on a market board, the only thing that matters is making your item look more enticing than the other ones. And given that you don't have very much to do other than, well, if your item is high quality and the other person's is normal quality, then your item is, at least on paper, it's better. Often it doesn't matter. For example, classic spectacles, whether they're high quality or normal quality doesn't do anything at all, because it's a glamour item. But if I ask you, would you like to buy normal quality classic spectacles or high quality classic spectacles, and the price is the same, you're probably just taking the high quality one because, well, I mean, it's more valuable, kind of. But because of that, the only other way you can compete with other players on the market is by having your item be cheaper than theirs. And if your item has to be, well, cheaper than theirs, the most effective way to do that while still maximizing your profit is by undercutting by, you guessed it, 1 gil. And that basically means that the item that is the most valuable to the buyer is whoever passed by the market most recently to undercut everyone else by 1 gil. Which is a bit silly, but that's how it is. I've talked about this before, but if you see an item that you believe, genuinely believe, is worth 20k, for example, but someone undercuts so aggressively that it drops to 5k. If you don't believe that it is worth your time to sell it for 10k, you think it is worth 20, then don't reduce the price of your sale. Like, you keep your item at 20k until eventually the price raises again to 20k and sell it. Or you will eventually be met with the reality that the item is not worth 20k to anyone. No one will buy it. But if it is worth 20k, then people will eventually buy it. Like, they will eventually buy enough of the supply that they will reach your item and buy that one too. But if it isn't worth what you're trying to sell it for, then it will never sell. But that is the reason. It's basically, if you're saying, I think the item is, like, for example, something that I've talked about is like, going back to the classic spectacles thing. It costs typically like 1,000 gil-ish to make a pair of classic spectacles. Around 1k. Something like that. Which means that anything over like 1,300 or so is technically a profit. Now, the question is whether that amount of profit is actually worth your time. It probably isn't. But I would still see it as worth my time if classic spectacles sold for 2k. Some people wouldn't. But as long as the price I'm willing to sell for, or the price I believe people are willing to buy for, has not yet been reached, I mean, I can continue to undercut you until I reach my bottom, and then I'll just stop undercutting you, and until then I'll undercut you by exactly 1 gil, because that maximizes my profit while also looking the most valuable to the buyer. And the only reason you have to undercut by excessive amounts, more than 1 gil, is as a threat, you could say. If the other people selling are very afraid that the price will suddenly skydive all the way down to 5k from 20k, for example, then maybe your item is up there for 19k, right? And then someone undercuts you for 1 gil. And then some guy comes in and undercuts you for 4k and like dunks the price down to 15k. That already is like a warning sign. If anyone undercuts this guy, they're probably gonna tank it another 4k, so maybe you just don't undercut him. Or maybe you don't care and undercut him anyway. Because the worst that can happen is that this person tanks the price and then eventually they get their item sold, and when they get their item sold, there's a very high chance that they will simply not participate in that market again. You can, exactly as JL says, you could also just, if you see this person is tanking the price aggressively whenever he's undercut, when the price is low enough, you buy their stock and put it back up to 20k. If you believe that you can sell enough of them that that's a non-issue, you could do that. But yeah, that's the reason why most people undercut by 1 gil, and the only motivation you would have to undercut by more than that is either if you're trying to threaten people to not undercut you, which rarely works, or because you believe that it is rude to undercut by 1 gil. But then again, how much do you have to undercut other players by then? What isn't rude? And you could also say you should just not undercut each other, but that's not how markets work. And I believe, I'm pretty sure, if player A has put their items in at X price and someone else puts their items in, pretty sure those items appear underneath or something like that. So the person that comes in second is directly motivated to undercut you to be listed above you. But yeah, there's a lot to consider, you could say, but ultimately the only things you have to consider when selling on Final Fantasy XIV's market board is 1, how low are you willing to go, and 2, is that less than 1 gil below the lowest price currently? And also 3, is there any evidence that people will actually buy the item at the price you're willing to sell at? You can sometimes get a gauge on that by checking the sale history of the item, or by looking it up, or thinking about it. If an item, for example, there was this staircase that you can get from Island Sanctuary, those felicitous favors. There's this staircase you can use to easily reach your balcony on your house, if you have one. They appeared on the market board day 1 of being available. On Louisoix, they appeared for 2.8 million. Alpha is on light. So 2.8 million, and of what I know, they just dropped. They did not sell, not once, not a single time did they sell. I don't think they started selling until they were way below 300k, if even that. But the point is, someone saw an opportunity and thought, well, no one else is selling it, and I would like 3 million for this. Incidentally, no one was willing to give that, so it never sold. So that's why I'm saying, be realistic with your selling price, otherwise you're just wasting your time. Yeah, so interesting start on an Astrologian leveling stream. Let's talk about markets. Exactly, Bob. As JL also suggested, if someone undercuts you too much, just buy their item and sell it at your price. You can absolutely do that. The only reason why you might not want to do that is if let's say you don't actually believe you can sell 2 of the item, for example, or 3 if you have 2 already. Like, if you don't actually believe that they will, like, stay at your price, then you might not be motivated to do that. For example, with the classic spectacles thing, I could absolutely do, like, just buy someone else's classic spectacles to keep the price high, but they might also just go, oh nice, people are buying my spectacles, and put in more, which is what I would do if someone tries to, like, push the price up to whatever they want, and I'm doing fine at a price that is actually realistic, and they then buy my item. I'll just go, oh, it already sold out, I'll put some more in, this item is popular. So, like, it's a lot of mind games, right? I've, like, just repeatedly put in new items and repeatedly undercut someone to try and push them out of a market that I didn't want more competition in. So there's a lot to consider when you're in the market, but the easiest way to go about it is just those things. How much are you willing to sell for? What are people willing to buy for? Undercut by 1 guild. There you go. And that's also true, JL. Your price on your data, on your world, might not be the best. So if it is an item that people tend to just go to the cheapest, like, world to buy, you might be interested to know what that price is, because then your price might not be realistic. And Aridel adds that those staircases are 60 gil now. Not surprising, I believe they're basically considered card fillers like so many other things, because it's from a loot box that can contain a mount. So people are just buying them and just going, nope, 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 not a mount. Right, so we will start with leveling roulette. Are our 3 friends here up for joining me for leveling roulette, or did you just want to come hang out? Yeah, there's Gazel asks, can I join with a job lower level than yours? Of course. Here's the thing. Just by being in a 4-man party, I'm already at the advantage of being able to use limited leveling roulette, which reduces the chance that I would get Sastasha. So, as long as that's fine. I'll do another ready check. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do to get really smart on the market, but for the most part, you can get by with like relatively clear steps, and still make a decent amount of gil from it. I believe the amount of XP you get from leveling roulette is partly based on what content you get. Not 100% sure on that. I haven't tried. I find it somewhat complicated to actually estimate that, because to get a clear answer, you would have to like do a lot of like leveling roulettes with a lot of people at the same level. Yeah, in a way. But I'm relatively sure that if you get Ifrit, you get less XP out of your leveling roulette. I'm not 100% sure on that, but like if you only want, like if like time-wise, it's no difference as at the very least. Like if the amount of time you need to clear Ifrit is proportional to the XP you get at the very least, so that shouldn't matter, as far as I know. I don't really care too much. Like if I'm doing a leveling roulette, I'd rather have something that lasts a bit. And that's also true, the leveling roulette also gives a bonus based on the difference between your level and the content, which is intended to make it so that whether you get a level 15 or a level 60 dungeon doesn't matter. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Ifrit, which only takes 5 minutes, is going to be as valuable as getting Sastasha. The XP bonus is there specifically to make it so that you don't care about what you get specifically. At least, like, difficulty-wise, as far as I know. But it always gets complicated when you start to have to, like, think about, well, this content takes a lot less time than that content. Also, hey, Angel, I hope you're doing well. Blade Enjoyer. I wonder if Smol Kai will one day get a blade. A blade. Aurum Vale, when you know the game hates you. I enjoy Aurum Vale, which some people might call me crazy, but I actually enjoy that dungeon. I think it's interesting. Small guy doesn't get blades. She just gets intricate toothpicks. That's a good one. It is quite scary to heal as an Astrologian with a Paladin tank in low-level content, because it's there's not very much like passive healing coming out. That doesn't mean that it's harder necessarily or a problem, but it is something that I notice. Hello, Sergeant Blaine. Hope you're doing well. Finish all fates in Endwalker. Are there that many? Oh, the shared fates thing, right. Yeah, I had the extremely smart move on my main of basically I did all of the shared fate stuff like week 1 or 2 of Endwalker when everyone else was like just going crazy with it. Which made it a lot faster. I specifically ended up doing it with Sage while I was leveling Sage anyway, simply because sometimes I would like roll up to a fate and then people weren't there. And given that I wasn't leveling Warrior at that very moment, I couldn't just switch to that. I was specifically leveling Reaper and Sage at that moment. Something that is mildly scary about this boss is that it has like multiple tank busters with no warning. I believe it both has like a tail swipe and a bite. So I can't just go, oh, well, Ross is fine now. And just sudden death, right? Dungeon Blade says this boss was horrible before they added actual visible AoE. Well, the reason why it was confusing was because back then they decided to use a thematically fitting marker for each of the blobs instead of an accurate fitting marker. Which is to say that the stack marker was an orange known to be a spread marker, and the blue one was of course, blue marker, which is not known to be anything specifically. I believe it's like that. So no one was entirely certain which one was which. I remembered which one was which back then, but nowadays I don't remember anymore, because now it just tells us, right? It is quite funny that that there was a time where the spread the spread attack just didn't have a spread marker because it looked nicer. Can you use Blue Mage effectively for some of the Endwalker fates? Really? That is pretty funny. You know, something interesting here is that I just was thinking, wouldn't it have been more fitting if the wounded Pyro Dragon, the wounded Cryo Dragon had 50% HP and just, as much HP as they would here, but just that they started at 50% instead, considering that they're supposed to be the dragons that intercepted us early in the dungeon. The reason why it would actually matter is because back in Heavensward days, many jobs had like so-called execute moves. Like moves you could, like cooldowns typically, that could only be used on a target that was below like a certain amount of HP. So that would have actually made a tangible difference back then. So it's just interesting that they didn't. And that is also very true, as Ariel says, a lot of fates will probably be decimated by Blue Mage when the Yokai Watch event comes back. hyper light speed. Yeah, hunt dailies. I mean, the thing is, it depends on what job you're going as. In my experience, most ranged jobs, whether it's a healer or a ranged physical job, can manage to do like the hunt dailies. You know, you go to the clan hunt thing, grab the 3 pages, and then just go and fight all the mobs. The high level mobs, a melee job, it's almost impossible, because if you miss a combo step, back to step 1. And then also you can't run away from the mob. Like tanks can often get away with it anyway, because, well, you know, it's a tank. But a melee DPS will just be like taking the damage on their face and also missing. But ranged jobs, you can often get away with just kiting, just running away. Back when I was leveling Black Mage on this character, we did just go and do like those hunt marks in like Shadowbringers, for example, where I would go and fight like level 78 mobs as like level 73 or so, and I would just like go full blast with ley lines and triple cast and everything, and just run. Like if I needed it, like if the mob wasn't dead in time, I could just start running. Scathe is better than nothing. But yeah, Black Mage is probably the worst example amongst them. And Blue Mage would also have a hard time kiting, simply because Blue Mage doesn't really have that many instant casts that are worth something. Not on speed dial anyways, that you could spam them. Remember to sharpcast Scathe for double damage. I would recommend sharpcasting Thunder. Who needs to kite as Blue Mage? You freeze them. Well, my point is that if you miss, then that can be awkward. But you're right, you just freeze them. You would freeze them. And the thing is, if the mob outlasts your freeze, you just freeze them again. And then if they outlast that, you just freeze them again. But the thing is, if they somehow outlast that because you miss everything except Ram's voice, well, then they're immune. So then you have to kite. But that's the thing. That's why I could probably imagine that Blue Mage could do all of it. But it's not like I led with... oh, Black Mage can't do it. I literally led with Black Mage can do it. And also, Sergeant Blaine, death spells do not work on enemies higher level than yourself. Like, they just don't work. At least to mine, as I recall, it doesn't work. Exactly, I don't get into that situation myself either. Like, when I was leveling Blue Mage to 80, I just intentionally fought specifically mobs at my level. Because they both give a lot of XP, because you get like the kill chain bonus, while simultaneously also being killable with kill spells. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Things are good. We're level 68. And that is a good tip, Jeff. I had actually not considered that you could use freeze, ultra-vibrate, join a solo instance and leave, so you could do it again. The thing that you might want to be careful with that is that there's actually a limit to how many instances you can join in a day, and I believe it's somewhere around 100. So you can only do that for a set amount of times, and if you do it too many times, then you're locked out of queuing for stuff for the rest of the day. Just, you know, take that into account. Right. So next we're doing 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there is a duty limit. The thing is that, yes, it is, if you spend your quota and you try to join for stuff, then it'll just say that someone is out of, like, they have spent their instance limit. So you can't circumvent it by just having someone else queue for you. You have limitations, and if you spend your limit, then you can no longer join for stuff. I think it's there for a few reasons. The first one is that there's no reason to spam the servers like that all the time. There's also the part that if there is some sort of like exploit that you can do with it, then it somehow limits the effectiveness of it. As exactly Sergeant Blaine, 100 duties in a day. I don't think it's exactly 100, but it's somewhere around there. If you play the game normally and don't try to, like, use exploits or in any way, don't try to use weird, clever use of game mechanic stuff, you will never hit 100 duties in a day. Outside of, like, spamming something in a ridiculous way, like, for example, Gleaming saying trying to get an AR relic in 24 hours. That could do that. Another one is people, I believe it was the vault. You go into the vault with Blue Mage and just clear the trash leading up to the first boss. That gives a lot of money for some reason. And then they go out and go in again. And that can very, very quickly just eat up your entire limit. Exactly, JL. The thing is, some duties take less. Like, if you're just, like, if you hypothetically, oh yes, right, it's, of course it's snowcloak. If you were to sit down and just spam expert roulette all day, depending on the skill of your group, you could absolutely do that in like 12 minutes. Like, if you have a really, really, like, pumper group, and you could, let's see, 100 of those? You could do that in a day. Like, you could feasibly do that in a day. That's exactly also it, Steve, that in most cases, you will probably not reach the 100 because most of the things you could do would become boring. And that is also true, JL, but we were just talking about Gleaming mentioning someone trying to get an AR relic in 24 hours. Again, that would not be a very normal thing to do. Like, most of the things that could cause this is, like, challenges or some sort of trick or exploit is typically the way that these things can happen. Because I just don't think you'll reach 100 anythings in a day like that. By the way, for those that don't know, I pretty much mention this one every time we get snowcloak. This boss has this, I believe it's called Snowdrift. You may notice that sometimes you get a debuff from it and sometimes you don't. The way that it works is that it's actually a weak sauce version of Deep Freeze. And you only get it if you are not if you're not moving when it lands. But because it's a weak sauce version, you're probably not going to see it become Deep Freeze. The trick is also that for some reason the snapshot that checks whether you were moving or not is not when the cast happens. It's when the animation appears. Yeah, you could absolutely reach 100 farming low-level content. Like, farming anything that you can do unsynced is likely to let you reach a ridiculous amount of runs of anything. As long as you can do it in like, well, I mean, in less than 10 minutes for the most part, right? Oh. Remember that the wind here actually does damage. We don't want to like hang around in the wind. It actually hurts. Like if you want to pull big, just go for it. I can take it. You just have to do it. And not hesitate. Reach the 100 instance limit and get the Queen Bean title at the same time in one day. I want to see that challenge. I want to see that. That would be the perfect proof that you didn't lose a single time. Wouldn't it? Spin. Northern Lights. Northern Lights. Ow. That would also be really hard because, like, I know Blunderville takes, like, from start to finish, like, 11 minutes, something like that. But that would still, like, that would actually mean that you could fail the challenge because the queue time was too long. Even if you won everything, you could still lose because it took too long to, like, the matchmaking wasted your time. Yes, that is correct, Sergeant Blaine. That boss has been reworked. It's a lot clearer what you're supposed to do, and there's not there isn't like a mechanical way to get it wrong. On the one hand, it's a shame that they simplified it like that. On the other hand, I dread Snowcloak and that boss a lot less. As a healer, honestly, because the thing is, if your tank doesn't know what to do, then Northerlies would not be interrupted correctly. Just wouldn't. And if it didn't get interrupted correctly, that didn't mean you were going to wipe. It just means that the healer has to heal like absolutely crazy hard to make it work. It's the same as I've talked about with Keeper of the Lake, which also got the final boss fight reworked, where I think it's better now, mostly because I feel like it's challenging in a different way. Both the Yeti we just fought and the final boss of Keeper of the Lake, they've been changed from, oh, you didn't understand the gimmick, so you lose, to you were beaten legitimately by the boss, so you lose. At least that's how it feels to me. Because it doesn't have a gimmick in the same way that can just cheese you. Why are you playing Fall Guys and where is everyone? You know, there was a period, I don't know when, but I do remember at some point when like Fall Guys dropped a little bit in like its popularity, where it had like from an outsider looking in, because I never played Fall Guys, it looked like, you know, there was a massive influx of players, and then when it stopped being the cool new thing, it like dove down below where it was before. And it got to a point where people with like, because it does have some sort of matchmaking rating system, that some of the best players of the game, they could sometimes sit in queue for like 10 plus minutes, because in Fall Guys you don't just like get put in, they don't want to put you in a solo match if they can't find anyone to match you with. So you just sit there doing nothing. I think it's probably a good thing that that Final Fantasy XIV lets you go in alone. Hey Ryan, I hope you're doing well. Slightly annoyed. What happened? Oh. It always sucks when you get sniped by that ice explosion. I've heard, I think it was Gazel that said that they just got used to like just standing far enough behind the crystal that they won't get hit. I don't know if it was Gazel that said that or it was someone else. I do believe it was that. That. It's because with the latency, sometimes you just can't get out in time. Hey Elisa, hope you're doing well. Orion says, I'm putting together my gunpla and something doesn't seem to fit quite right. Oh, that is the worst. Is there like some sort of like instructions for it? Sergeant Blaine says, I still want to do the reworked solo instances for 2.0. Oh, like that, like Cape Westwind. Right. Jill says, I will start a new character in the new starting path because I want to see what the fresh new player experience is. The new starting path? Oh, that reminds me. So, some of you may have very briefly seen someone in the live chat sometimes appear named Nikolai. He's one of my friends. He does not actually play Final Fantasy XIV, but he does in fact play WoW Classic. And just before this stream started, he basically told me like the quintessential WoW experience story. I have previously talked about like how Final Fantasy XIV seems to be a lot more accepting of people playing like not being great sometimes and failing in dungeons. Like the community is more accepting of that. He landed in the like leveling a priest, I believe, in World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and he landed in the dungeon Ajol Narup. For anyone that knows that one, it has a particularly difficult pull right at the start if you choose to pull everything. Like there's a lot of things that can CC you, like just stun you and things like that. So he zones in, the tank pulls everything, immediately dies, the group wipes, and my friend is vote kicked for being bad. The healer. Just wanted to mention, because I've sometimes said that World of Warcraft is known for this kind of behavior, but sometimes you can be like, well, it's been a while, so, you know, maybe they've changed, maybe it's not that bad anymore. But like that was so exact to the to my description of what they do that like I couldn't have made it up. Like, it's that perfect. Like, it's exactly how I imagined it would go. Like, he wiped to that. Like, I would have guessed that he got kicked. But he did, in fact. At least he got attempted to get vote kicked. He didn't say if he got vote kicked, but he immediately, like, got the vote. I believe he was queuing with his girlfriend. So she could see that a vote appeared, right? And she then clicked no. By Narup. But yeah, I just thought that was so, well, on the one hand, kind of funny. On the other hand, really sad. I hope you figure out the thing with the gunpla, by the way, Orion. Oh yeah, the La Habrea fight. That one is actually really good in the remake, by the way. I do believe if you want, like, if you're actually really interested in... I don't know how you unlock it, actually. I think it comes quite naturally, but if you're interested in just doing those, you can just, like, go into New Game Plus and do the appropriate story bits and just speed run through the cutscenes and then reach the fights if you just want to see them. But if you specifically want to experience it from new character perspective, you would have to make a new character, of course. Yeah, exactly, Gleaming. Shockingly, people have a much better capacity to get good when you don't just kick them for not being good. If you actually sit down and try and teach them why they're not good, then they have a better chance of learning, right? JL says, how do they expect their community to grow when they're this toxic to new players? If you want to see how sometimes the terms of service in Final Fantasy XIV protects the new players, you have to go no further than the comment section on my video, It's Okay to Suck at Final Fantasy XIV. Oh man, there are some people that were like, the only reason why it is okay to suck is because it's illegal for me to say that you should uninstall for being bad. Why? Why? Like, do you want your favorite game to still exist later, or do you just want it to die so you can complain that your favorite game died, right? Sergeant Blaine, since I even recently had a healer disconnect during Ultimate Weapon, and we even tried to clear it for like 30 minutes without healer, but without heal pods, it was almost impossible. Almost? Does that mean you beat it? Steve says, wiped in Stone Vigil early. I said, I'm not getting paid to tank on my summoner. I mean, the tank isn't getting paid either, so... That's like it's not exactly the same, but it's like the you don't pay my sub meme thing. Is that you also don't pay the other person's sub, so suck it up and try your best instead of slacking, right? Oh yeah, that's the DPS check. I wonder, would you still get the LB3 if you're just 3 players because you have a disconnect? Would it still give you the LB3? Because the thing is, if you're not in a... like, I mean, because you're a tank, you would just have the tank LB, not particularly helpful. But yeah, if you're not in a light party, you don't have an LB at all. But yeah, I get it, Steve. I'm guessing that it was like a funny way of saying tank, pick up the mobs. I wasn't trying to like read deeper into that. It was just to say it's a funny way to word it. But it's just any reason you can give to slack in Final Fantasy XIV, notably slacking meaning you know how to play better, you're just choosing not to, can almost always be used by someone else to turn it around on you and go, well, I don't have to work harder for you either. So just remember that. Try your best. If you're genuinely bad at the game, that's okay. But if you're good at the game and choosing to be bad, right? It's like the conversation we had on the Discord community server. I can't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday. But the question was, if a ranged player gets a stack marker on them, am I, as a melee player, obligated to come to them if they don't come to melee range? And the answer to that, I think it was yesterday, the answer to that most people can agree on is, well, the only argument the ranged player has for not coming into melee range is uptime or I can't be bothered. And the thing is, from the melee player's perspective, they can also just elect to not come to range because uptime or I can't be bothered. So you meet in the middle, and by the middle, I mean in melee range where you both get uptime. And yeah, exactly, Sergeant Blaine. The best way to keep a game alive is to be welcoming to new players and also have some sort of like new player experience of some sort where it's not like in an MMO, you don't want the journey from level 1 to max level to be lonely. If you can prevent it. Like in Final Fantasy XIV, they try to make it so that you don't have to choose to like interact with the game socially, but there are many opportunities too. Like, if you queue for dungeons instead of using the duty support, there's a very high chance that people will interact with you if you interact with them. Hey Beamy, I hope you're doing well. JL says, if it's a mage, let them die. If it's a healer, you begrudgingly have to. Not if there's 2 healers. You just try to suck up to the other healer a bit more to make sure that they don't let you die, because the healer you just let die will probably be a little bit annoyed. On the other hand, that healer might already be slacking, right? Then there's 2 stacks though. Yeah, but there's a genuine possibility that not both healers are that selfish. See, Igrateva says, today I met a new player who was a paladin. They did not turn on the stance and told me, the healer, that he doesn't care and it's my job to heal him. I let him die and did not raise him. You know, the irony there is like, see, actually some of you might have seen it. I made a video about the tutorials of Final Fantasy XIV somewhat recently. And I basically mentioned this guy, basically the guy that you just described, that specific tank, in that video. Technically, the Smith's tanking tutorial can be beaten without ever turning on the tank stance. It can. So that the player could actually have done the tutorial and not ever realized that they had to turn on the tank stance, because the only way the game actually tells you to use it is in text, and it doesn't force you to use it. And I mean, in those tutorials, as long as the healer doesn't die, the healer will keep you alive. Hence, you could argue that it's not the tank's job to stay alive, it's just the tank's job to hold aggro. But the thing is, I'm going to guess, based on this story, that that paladin didn't actually hold aggro either. And in a level 68 dungeon, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Like in Sastasha, maybe? But the thing is, if someone is not going to be nice about it, when they're told that they should probably turn on the stance, then they lose all pity immediately. How are you holding aggro if you're dead? True. We are doing Trials Roulette next. I'm just going to repeat as I usually say, if you want to join for these roulettes that we do on streams, you're very welcome to. We are on Alpha Light on EU. It might help if you say something in the chat if you want to come along for Trial Roulette, because then I know to wait for you. Sergeant Blaines is coming. Alright, I'll wait for you. Ymir says, hello everyone, how are you all doing? I'm still ill and sad. I'm sorry to hear that. How did it go with your PC? And no, I'm not ignoring you, Ymir. It's just that sometimes I fall behind the chat somewhat significantly. As I was just saying, I was responding to Igrateva's message, which is before yours. But I hope you get well soon, Ymir, and that the computer works. But the thing is, Sergeant Blaine, that you can absolutely beat a dungeon as a tank that doesn't use tank stance, but usually it's not thanks to you, right? It is quite funny that aggressive reaction to that cleaving, like when you zone into a dungeon, the tank doesn't have tank stance on, and you're just like, oh, by the way, Iron Will or Royal Guard or whatever it is. I am on Alpha Light, yes. My main is on Louisoix Chaos. This ult is on Alpha Light. But it's quite funny, because I've seen both myself and heard stories of tanks that get absolutely furious when you remind them to turn on their tank stance, because for some reason they take it as if you think they don't know that they need to use the tank stance. Like, relax. Your tank stance was off. Right? I know if you go out the door in the morning not wearing pants, just coming out in your underwear, that you probably forgot something. But I also know that you probably understand that the moment you're reminded. It's pretty funny that people can get so mad about something like that. Mia says, I need to install Windows. Does that take long? I don't actually know. Does that take long these days? I remember one time when I was Igrateva says, I remember one time when I was leveling the monk, I had met an archer who aggroed everything on the way and blamed the healer, who said that this is their first time healing. Oh, no, sorry. I met an archer who aggroed everything on the way and blamed the healer, who had said that this is their first time healing. And then the archer said that it's their fault. How is it the healer's fault that the archer over-aggroed everything? Weird. I died because not enough heals, so it's the healer's fault. How about the tank that wasn't tanking? Besides, and I've talked about this many times, in like 99% of situations, in my opinion, like nearly all group dynamic situations, it isn't particularly important whose fault it is, unless someone like intentionally like broke something. What matters is what you do different next time, right? And that's why when I'm tanking, like if I'm tanking dungeons, I will usually always do the giga pulls. I might pull a little bit less than the mega pulls if I don't know the healer, but I will usually do the like really big pulls every time, even with a sprout. Now, something like Sastasha, I'll pull like 2 or 3 packs at a time, but I will always pull big, because if we wipe, I'll just say my bad, I'll pull less. So if things go well, then the healer's happy, the DPS are happy, and I'm happy. If things go bad, then I take the fall, and then we try again. It's that easy. It's that easy. Sometimes healers, like some healer players, get really angry about those kinds of things, but I mean, all you can do is like try and do your best. And yeah, same, JL. Sometimes I've gotten into a dungeon, done the first pull, like the first AoE pull, and wondered why everyone was taking so much damage, and then I go, oh, my tank stance! Where's my heal? Rust says, Windows clean installation took maybe 30 to 40 minutes for me half a year ago. Well, that's a good estimate. That would mean, that at the very least, Emir would need around 40 minutes for that. And then, you know, like hours to install all of their things and setting up their computer again. The soul crystal thing is always so egregious. Right. Oh, right. Gail says, if I'm a tank in a dungeon with big pulls and I see the healer's viewing cutscene, I will ask first. So, I've talked about this before. The reason why I don't ask, I'll queue for the dungeon just in a moment. The reason why I don't ask is because, see it from the healer's perspective. The tank says, do you mind if I pull big? The healer, who's new, and might understand that pulling big means dungeon is cleared faster, but it's a lot harder. If the healer says no, please do small pulls, then the healer has impeded everyone else, because they are the reason why we can't go fast. So you put the ball in their court. If the healer says you can do big pulls and then you wipe, then the healer said it was fine. So now that you wiped, the healer is to blame for the pull failing, right? So that's the reason why I just do the mega pull. And then if we wipe, I'll just take the fall, because by simply not asking the healer to make a decision, I don't put them in this awkward spot. You're absolutely right, JL, that the healer has a right to ask for slow pulls, but then they have already made the evaluation that they need these pulls to be a little slower and a little smaller because they can't handle the big pulls, but they don't want to try. Because that's the thing, how do you learn that you can take the big pulls? By trying. And that's why I kind of just go for it. I just go for it and take the fall if it doesn't go well. Most of the time when this happens, the healer says, no, run that back, go again. We can do this. And maybe it's because they just messed up and they're used to big pulls, or maybe it's because they know that, well, the tank isn't going to blame them. So this is a great place to practice. I'm not saying there's anything wrong in asking the healer, but that's the reason why I don't. Because then, some players will be like, oh, well, I have to choose between being the reason we're slow or getting blamed when I can't actually handle it. Which might be reading a little bit too deep into it, but that's the reason. But absolutely, healers are okay to ask for slow pulls. In fact, tanks are also okay to just go, I don't feel confident in doing a big mega pull, so I'll just pull one pack at a time. And that's also true, JL. It's just, the thing is that some people don't think that way. It's difficult. Social things are difficult. Emir says, the thing is, I'm getting my dad's help with all of this. He's making the USB drive to install it, so the estimate for it has to be done tomorrow. Ah, okay. Okay, I'm just going to do one more ready check, because now I wasted time. Sergeant Blaine says, I never care about how much the tank pulls. The actual difference in clear time is not that big, and spending 10 minutes more daily is not that big of a deal for me. That is also a good point. In fact, it's quite funny that we have this situation where people are simultaneously, and yes, people are simultaneously, oh Ravana, complaining that there isn't content to do in Final Fantasy XIV, that there isn't enough stuff to do, and also complaining that some people don't do ultra mega giga pulls all the time, making things take less time. And also refusing to do content that doesn't flat out reward them with more stuff. People are basically, to put it a little bit on edge here. I know I'm exaggerating a little bit, but to put it a little bit on edge, we have people that are simultaneously complaining that there isn't content to be done, while also finding as few reasons to be in the game as possible. They're trying to get, to not play the game for as long, for as much as possible, while also complaining that there isn't anything to do. Rejoice in the glory of content! That's a good one. Rejoice in the glory of combat. That's the thing, is I talked about this in kind of talked about this in my video about the mentor roulette. Personally, I would never ever queue for the mental roulette unless I actually have an hour or 90 minutes, because you could get anything. So if you don't want to have, like, if you don't want to run out of time, you have to go in with the expectation that you need all the time. That was an excellent typo, yes. Rejoice in the glory of content. Take wing, ye souls of shorts! Yeah, there's so much to do. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't queue for a mental roulette if I didn't have time for an entire mental roulette. Wait, when did you die? When did they die? Huh? Did it just suddenly die, or was I just not looking? Ravana, the OG Viper. He's like the double Viper, because he has 4 swords and make two double glaives. Doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he makes 2 of them. Uh-oh. That's going to hurt. Oof. Rejoice in the glory of combat. Yeah, that's why I also always say it doesn't matter when they died. Just fair point. But yeah, that's also the reason why I say whenever I hear those arguments that there isn't anything to do in, like, there's not enough content, is that the way that I hear it is there is not enough content that I want to do. Because that is a reasonable thing to say, whereas there is no content is not fair, in my opinion. Like, there's so much stuff to do that's not like it's like, the thing is, I think there isn't enough content that I want to do is a good argument. That is fair. There's not enough content that I would like to do, and I like A, B, C, D content, so I find it very annoying that they don't, like, make that kind of content. Like, that is reasonable, but if you change it to there is not enough content, then it's no longer subjective. Now you're not talking about what, like, your needs. You're saying the fisher over there who's grinding achievements doesn't have enough content. That guy who's still soloing Palace of the Dead doesn't have enough content. It's just it's a lot like I've multiple times, I like the way that I say that the easiest way to discuss these kinds of things is if you just add either exactly there's not enough content for me, like now it's you add yourself to the context, or you say in my opinion there isn't enough content. Now it's suddenly something you can defend more reasonably, because if you just say there is not enough content, then the counter response is source. Hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Ripping into the content drowned sensationalist sounds like. Well, it's we randomly talked about content. And we talked about, well, we were talking about the fact that a lot of players care a lot about rushing through content as quickly as possible. You know, your daily expert roulette has to be done as quickly as possible. Do the full mega pull, no less is acceptable, because we need to clear this expert roulette. Like, we should have been finished 5 minutes ago, and it's really weird because we just zoned in. But simultaneously, there's players saying there isn't enough content in the game. Like, you're speedrunning content to finish it quicker and simultaneously complaining that there isn't stuff to do. So you're rushing to clear the dungeon so you can come out and do nothing. Hypothetically, as we've talked about on, I believe, the last stream, the people complaining about rushing through the dungeon as quickly as possible and the people complaining that there isn't enough content might not be the same people. GL says, or conversely, the content that is there isn't enjoyable, like current Savage, for example. There are a lot of Savage raiders that don't like Pandemonium. And see, that's the thing. If you're a Savage raider, if you identify as a Savage raider, then you are at the mercy of the simple reality that sometimes you just won't like the newest Savage raid. And that's just how it is. The only thing you can do about that is, you know, take a break from Savage raiding, or, you know, play a different game entirely, or do it anyway. Maybe you'll find something you like. Maybe the reason you don't like the Savage raid is because you don't like playing it as your main. Maybe it's more fun as a different job. Maybe it's a different role. Try something new. If you really want to like the content, then, you know, take a few steps to see if there's something else. JL says the issue with Pandemonium is they intentionally made these ones harder because of players asking for them to be harder. Well, the important thing here, JL, is that you forgot to say, in my opinion, the issue with Pandemonium is they intentionally made these ones harder because of players asking for them to be harder. Like, that's exactly what I was just talking about. You say the issue with Pandemonium is in general, so that's when I go, source on that? Do we actually know that that was the reason why Pandemonium is harder? Because the thing is, I also believe that some people said that some of the fights in Pandemonium are weirdly easy. Like, depending on who you ask, right? Not the final raid tier. As far as I know, people both find E9, or no, P9 and P10 very hard. But the thing is, the people that are, as we talked about Thursday, the people that are complaining are very likely not the same people that were complaining before. The people that said, we want harder content, if they were satisfied and got harder content, then they will not be complaining now because they got harder content. Then the other people who didn't want it any harder are complaining instead. So you can never gauge that the entire community's opinion is what people are complaining about, which is why I'm saying the safe thing is to say in my opinion. There was a weird thing with P8S where it was slightly overtuned, which made the DPS check way too strict on week 1. Something to that effect. Right. Yeah, it's complicated, specifically because whoever, like, if you try to ask the community for the opinion that they have, that you will never get everyone's take, because the people that are actually enjoying the content are typically too busy enjoying the content rather than participating in discussion or polls and stuff like that. So you usually just get the people that are dissatisfied, which is probably also the reason why it feels like Final Fantasy XIV always has problems. Make the Savage raids easier, people complain that they're too easy. Make them harder, people complain that they're too hard. People complain that healers don't have enough to do in Savage Raids. Add a lot of dots, making healers have a lot to do in Savage Raids. People say it's too much. Remove the dots again. People complain that they're gone again. Exactly, Sergeant Blaine. Precisely. The people who like the content are enjoying it. The people who don't like it are complaining. And from the outside, you just go, wow. People just hate everything in this game. And it gets extra interesting if you have like two different groups that enjoy their part of the content, but are annoyed that they don't enjoy some other part of the content. So you have people complaining about all content simultaneously because you have these like bonkers of players just throwing stuff at each other and complaining. I believe the ultimate example people used of healers not being important or significant enough was when people managed to find a way to complete top with no healers. JL says the main complaint I personally have is that every mechanic is a body check, so if one person dies at a bad time, you will wipe it regardless. I think the cause of things like this is that as a game ages and progresses, the difficulty has to like ultimately be on the rise, right? In an MMO, it is pretty common for a new expansion to start like with a lower like skill requirement for the new raid tier, like to begin in case there are newcomers. But the way that that's going to work is more like P1S is probably going to be significantly easier than E12S, you know, from last expansion. Maybe it's going to be easier than E8S. Maybe it's going to be easier than E4S. But it is probably not going to be easier than E1S. Maybe contextually that the combination of mechanics in P1S is easier to handle for some reason or another. But overall, the tuning would probably make sense to be slightly harder, because even though there's newcomers to the game, for the game to feel like it's progressively like challenging the players that have stuck with the game, it has to continue to increase in difficulty. And at some point, we reach this level of perfection where, well, the boss has to go, if anyone dies, go again. Because otherwise it would be too easy. That just happens to have the downside of, for example, making red mages Verays kinda pointless. If anyone dies, you wipe. Okay, well, my utility is that I can spam raise. Although we wipe anyway, so whatever, I guess. But I do get that, JL, that it kinda sucks when the boss is like basically one step away from killing you at any point. And yeah, exactly, Watch Out. it's you can have both sides of the conversation be equally strong, even though we all like the game, right? I would say. Emir says, didn't they use Paladin and Warrior, the blue healers? For the top run, I don't know. The only thing I really noticed was that I paid attention to the fact that they managed to do it. And then I was like, huh, that's interesting. And then kind of moved on. Like, I think it's a testament to how open Final Fantasy XIV is to creative solutions to problems, that you can beat such a difficult encounter without bringing a healer. Like, I think that's a good thing. Similarly, I had the experience of discovering randomly when we did a stream on it that 4 healers can beat almost possibly any dungeon in the game. Like, we don't need any tanks. You can even do some raids, some trials with just healers. So like, that again means that the game isn't totally strict in what you are and are not allowed to do. The problem is that if people keep saying we want the game to be harder and harder and harder, at some point you reach some level of difficulty where there's only one way to do things. For example, if the DPS check is so ultra super strict that you need the 2 tanks that do the most damage, you need the 2 healers that do the most damage, and they are not allowed to cast any healing spells, they have to be attacking all the time, and you need the 4 DPS to do the most damage just to meet the DPS requirement, then there is no space to be creative anymore, because the game is too difficult. And the reason why this can happen is that any flexibility at all is also considered not difficult, right? The more flexibility you have in what you're allowed and not allowed to do, the easier the game is perceived to be. And exactly, Sergeant Blaine. The thing is that not only was that like a specific example where people went out of their way to do it, it was probably not easier than using a healer. It's like saying that you could say, in my opinion, that it's like saying that all Dark Souls games are very easy because watch this guy speedrun it in a matter of no time flat without dying to anything. Yeah, he can do it, or she can do it, but can you? They had to practice a lot to get there, so. And that is the thing that I feel like we often forget in Final Fantasy XIV, and World of Warcraft actually, that many of the players in these games have been around the block for so long that the people that can catch up to that are like the exceptional players. Like, I'm just saying that I played World of Warcraft since 2004, and World of Warcraft has a lot of things in common with Final Fantasy XIV, so that means that I have, hypothetically, more experience with this kind of game than the entire, like, age of Final Fantasy XIV in general. So a new player coming into Final Fantasy XIV just has to know what to do. Like, they just have to learn it to catch up, because there's so much to catch up on. Granted, there's a lot of skills that you might learn or get that are not needed anymore, or aren't particularly important. But it does highlight the difference. Like, a veteran player that has played these kinds of MMOs for a really long time might be a lot more likely to intuitively consider things like wall pulls, like line of sighting, or outranging ranged mobs to stack them in a specific way and stuff like that, because that used to be important. It's not super important now, but it's still helpful sometimes. Exactly, JL. Easy is relative. I think calculus is fun and not too difficult, but I'm also a mathematician. And I accept that most people don't agree with me on that. And that makes sense. It's just the reason why this is suddenly different with Final Fantasy XIV is because for some reason we've just decided that Final Fantasy XIV is Lamau easy mode, hence you can't be bad at it or something. Anyway. But that's the thing, is that by forgetting that everyone is at a different skill level, it becomes very hard to determine what is actually hard, right? And that is also true, Sergeant Blaine. I also talked about that, I believe Thursday, that people came back into Classic WoW when they re-released that some years ago and just trounced everything. Like, just ruffle-stomped the entirety of all the content there was in record time. And nowadays, people are trying to do it, like, in hardcore raids, where you're not allowed to die even once. And still are finding it somewhat reasonable, if not outright easy, somehow. Because what was difficult then is not the same as what is difficult now, and because the difficulty then increases to match, it means that a new player comes into... Like, a new player coming into Final Fantasy XIV and having their first Savage Raid experience being P9S is going to find it probably very overwhelming, in a way. And that is also true, Sergeant Blaine. Technically, hardcore is not actually harder, it's just more punishing. That is absolutely true. It just sends you a lot further back. The reason why it can make the game harder is in an MMO like World of Warcraft, where it will take many weeks to gear up, it leads to groups that want to progress quickly to accept the fact that they have to settle for less, right? Like, they might be more likely to go into a boss encounter undergeared for it, because what's the point if we grind gear for 3 weeks and then fail? Sure, Beamy. Are you on alpha? But yeah, we are 1 person short. We are on alpha light. Just let me know when you're here. But yeah, the way that hardcore indirectly makes the game harder is specifically by making it easier to lose your progress, which in turn incentivizes you to not take too long with stuff. Like, what's the point in grinding all of the best equipment and maxing out your professions or whatever it is, when you're only 1 mistake away from dying and then you have to go back? I would also play slower on hardcore, but there's a difference between playing a little bit more carefully and that. Like, what you'll see and what I've seen is, for example, with hardcore World of Warcraft, is that they will that the first few characters, they will no, you cannot be rest in hardcore. It's you cannot get back up when you're dead. Like, they have made official hardcore servers. When you die, it doesn't say release spirit, it says try again. You cannot rest. You cannot also... rest spells don't work. You're just dead. And you cannot call support if you die. If you die because you got disconnected, too bad. Because of a glitch, too bad. So what you'll see is that people will, in their... on their first few characters, they'll go like full blast. They will max like the level cooking, the level first aid, they might even level fishing, and they'll level like 2 professions that are good at like maximizing power, and they'll carefully gear up and level, and maybe they'll even outright dodge dungeons because there's a risk, and then they might die anyway. And once they've done that enough times, they'll start going, I can't be bothered leveling fishing also. Do I need those well-fed buffs from cooking? It's a lot of effort just for that. It's just a few points of stamina and spirit. Do I really... can I get by with that? If I don't do that, maybe I can reach a higher level quicker. And that, like, So like, eventually that's what can possibly happen. That like there's a benefit to speedrunning hardcore simply because if you die, you lost less time. So that's how it becomes harder, is that you try to minimize wasted time, leading to you dying faster. Is Rust here? But that's the thing, if you go very slow and take no risks, then it's going to take a very long time. And because, for example, with World of Warcraft, once you've reached max level, the next step is to like go into Molten Core. You can't do that carefully. The only way to overgear that is to go into something harder than Molten Core. Just as an example. See, Sergeant Blaine says, the best way to tell how difficulty is also subjective is playing a Souls game with someone equally experienced to you. I did Elden Ring and I found different bosses hard or easy compared to the friend. Very good point. There's also the possibility that, you know, one of you happens to prefer playstyle that just happens to be a little bit easier or harder. Like, there's a lot of possibilities. That's also why I always say that having cleared ultimates, for example, doesn't necessarily mean that you're exceptionally good at the game. It does mean that you're exceptionally good at, well, that particular encounter. Which doesn't mean that you're bad. It just means that you might not be like that can more easily excuse when players are like when legends fail in an expert roulette or a normal raid or a trial or something. There are other factors than just like skill isn't like a stat in a video game. It's something that depends on context. I think it's also like another very interesting example of how these things are subjective is depending on who you ask, the hardest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV change. Well, this is certainly an encounter that is awkward to play as Astrologian. When is a good time to use your buffs? The point is, what is difficult, what is easy, depends. And you can often somehow partly tell what kind of player you're dealing with depending on what they say is difficult or not. Like a person who clears ultimates would have to learn good fundamentals. That is true. That is very true. But not all fundamentals actually matter in an ultimate context, Beamy. A particular example that I often refer to is that I have a friend who had cleared an ultimate and then after that learned that sprint lasts 20 seconds when used out of combat and only 10 when used in combat. That I would see that as a fundamental thing, but not everyone would. Watchowl says, what do you think of Sastasha as a first dungeon? Difficulty-wise, it's probably fine. I suppose it hasn't aged too well. the problems you could say that that is highlighted in Sastasha is that it uses a lot of dated mechanics, which would be perfect if that was how Final Fantasy XIV worked. But they kind of moved away from all these kinds of mechanics in future expansions. For example, in future expansions, things on the floor are generally just lore. You don't need it for anything in the actual dungeon or raid itself, for the most part. In Sastasha, there's a parchment in the very first side room that tells you which coral to click to make the boss spawn. If you were a new player and paid close attention to that, you would probably really think, oh, so that's how the game works. That's how we're supposed to play. Like, things on the floor are important. But not really. Like, it stops being significant, just about after A Realm Reborn, and then occasionally it's relevant anyway. Like, for example, in Lighthouse, where there's parchments on the floor teaching you the mathematics that you need for Construct 7, right? But personally, I think that Sastasha was a good a good dungeon, like a first starter dungeon originally. It's lacking in some things. We talked about the significance in making content memorable, in giving things more personality, giving them voice lines. I compared Sastasha with World of Warcraft's Deadmines. Because while Deadmines isn't necessarily your first dungeon, it is most people's first dungeon. Horde players might have done Ragefire Chasm first, but Deadmines is commonly the first dungeon. Every single boss in that dungeon, as far as I remember, has voice lines. Not many, but they have voice lines. No one in Sastasha has a voice line. No one. So from that, I say they could have, put a little bit more into that. Just a little bit more. But that's how it is. And Sastasha is meant to be like a tutorial dungeon in a way. It is your first real dungeon. So it makes sense that they have the fact that Sastasha is very janky in a lot of ways, very weird compared to newer dungeons, is that it was possibly supposed to prepare you for a lot of the weird things that future dungeons could do. But then they didn't, right? It's the same with the guild hests. They were supposed to be tutorials for what a dungeon could be, but the vast majority of the things that they teach you in a guild hest does not happen in content. Not in a dungeon, not in a raid, not in a trial. So, right. So that's why I'm saying Sastasha is kind of the first dungeon. Or it is the first dungeon, but it's the tutorial dungeon. And I think it's good. It's just that it's dated. As we probably generally can see, most of the A Realm Reborn dungeons are very dated in this way. It would probably have been better if they when they did this sweep of polishing up all the old dungeons, if they had instead made them match with Endwalker dungeons, for example. So that if they want a dungeon to be around 2 or 3 packs, then a wall, then another 2 to 3 packs, and then a boss repeatedly. If that's what they want a dungeon to be, then it's quite significant that the first dungeons are that, right? They should stay like that. you could then say, well, if they do that with the Realm Reborn dungeons, then Heavensward is going to feel a little bit weird at times. And you're right, but they also did a polishing sweep there. So that's what I'm saying, is that they should probably have like freshed it up a little bit more in that regard. If they want the dungeons to be in a specific way, make sure that all of the dungeons are like that, and it's not like a gradual shift, right? In my opinion. But I do think Sastasha is a good dungeon. I think actually that Sastasha is a more interesting dungeon than some of the higher level dungeons, because there is, or at least there was. Can I get the map for Sastasha from here? I think that the dungeon is a lot more interesting simply because there is more to it. It's just a shame that there's no reason to explore it. Like, this room is technically optional. This room, this room, this room, this room, and this room serves no purpose aside from being explored. I explored it on my main, not on this character. But the problem is, and this might sound familiar, but the problem is that they didn't give you any reason to explore these paths aside from, well, if you do them, you'll get more mob XP. Then they removed the mob XP and moved it all to the bosses, making all these side rooms completely irrelevant. And then, as they did with... Was that Tomtara? Oh, this one. Like they did with 1000 Malls of Taturak, they gave you no reason to explore it. Made it a waste of time to explore it. And then went, oh, no one's exploring it. Might as well remove all the side paths. Like, no one's exploring it anyways, we might as well clear it. But it was like a gradual shift of, first, there could have been a reason to explore it because you were the first time there. You don't know that you're not supposed to go down that path. But it's okay, because the mobs still give XP, so it's not completely pointless. Then they remove the mob XP, and then they go, oh, no one's exploring anymore. Better just clear it. This is like a really, really weird side story, but like I went to a school many years ago. I know, shocker, like a private school. It had like a computer room that you could hang out in. Then a rule was made on the school that you couldn't play games on the computers anymore. Then the teachers noticed that very few people, if anyone at all, was using the computer room on account of you were not allowed to play on the computers anyway. And then they decided to turn the room into something else. Because no one was using the computer room, because you weren't allowed to play games there. Like, it was like a gradual shift, right? It's the same here. There's stuff to do. We remove the reason to do it. And then surprised Pikachu phase when people aren't doing the content, like using the areas anymore, because they don't serve any purpose. So we remove the areas. It's not like a one-to-one perfect, but I just find it very interesting. And that is also a good point, Gazel. You did get an achievement for exploring them the first time, and I do also believe you get like exploration XP? Or is that only in the open world? Aradel says, fun fact, the monsters in Sastasha all the way to the Quirl are based on sound, not sight. So it is possible to RP walk and not have to fight the first few pools. Does that include the anglerfish? Because that one has eyes. Is that one also based on sound? Because the thing is, if you pull everything in Sastasha up to the Quirl, in my opinion, the scariest part of pulling all that is not the quantity alone. It's actually that the anglerfish gives a raid buff to the mobs around it, which I discovered when I soloed the dungeon. The anglerfish is a support mob, and it gives every mob around it a damage buff, like a damage boost. Sergeant Blaine says, I think there's no point in RP walking. If you don't use sprint and just run to the end, then the DPS will kill all mobs before you reach the quill. That depends on who your DPS are. If you got 2 black mages, they're not doing very much. But I get your point. You're right. If you have, like, ranged physical or, like, melee DPS that can keep up with the pack, they will probably, like, either AoE all the mobs down or just single target them one at a time. But Black Mage will have odds. They have Scathe, but they will have a harder time. But you're right. I believe this is a similar argument as to why no one ever bothers sneaking through Aurum Vale's first room. Why would you? It's way faster to sprint through, clear everything, and continuing. But it is a fun fact. I do wonder about that anglerfish, though. But it is quite funny. That's actually an interesting thing, Sergeant Blaine, because on my video about really difficult wall-to-wall pulls, one that I got suggested a lot that I just... Like, many of the difficult wall-to-wall pulls that I was suggested, I have looked at and gone, you know what, yeah, maybe I could have mentioned that. Like, maybe I can add them in a future video or something. But specifically, the mega, like, ultra long AoE pull from the first boss to the second boss in Dormer Castle. I don't find that difficult. Like, genuinely, specifically for the same reason that you gave. If your players, like, if your team is cleaving the mobs, then the fact that that entire pull is like 30 kilometers means that by the time you've pulled everything, the first half of the mobs are dead or close to. Even if you have to, like, dodge the telegraphs on the way up. It just, I've never found it difficult. In fact, that was one of the pulls that I could solo tank. Like, completely solo on stream. The boss was actually harder to solo. But that's also, like, that also circles back to the thing we're talking about with what people find difficult varies. But I think it was interesting because the reason I find it easy is the same reason why you say, well, there's no point in sneaking through the first area in Sastasha because you can just sprint and it'll die easy. When a lot of players would tell you that the just sprinting through is going to get you killed. Like, Sastasha's first pull in the dungeon, like pulling everything including the quirl, is generally considered like you need a pre-made for that. Weeping City of Mars. That is also a very interesting strategy, Shiro. One of the few times when Ninja's hide was useful. Sergeant Blaine says, if anything, she sweep the ruby of the violet tides. Between the first and second boss, it's harder. It has a lot of DPS on you. You can also solo that with a warrior. Synced. But I was not capable of soloing the first Giga pull in Bottom's Metal. You know, the one that I ranked the hardest in that video. You cannot solo that one because the Halgai shoots will out DPS your self-healing, in my experience. But you don't have to mega pull all of it. So you can just choose not to. But you're right, the ranged mobs, you would think, would really decimate you in Shisui of the Violet Tides. The thing is, there's only 2 archers, whereas in Bottom's Metal there's 5 Halgai shoots. And that matters more. But that is exactly the point. Like, this circles back to what we were talking about with what people find difficult is at least partly subjective. I don't know why I was thinking we're going through there. I know we're going through here. Experience is the biggest factor in difficulty? Well... who was it that said that an excellent example of how difficulty is very subjective was if you take 2 people that are equally skilled, you still might not actually agree on what is actually hard in a game. Because different strategies and things like that. So the increased experience, that's fair blame. I didn't mean to say it as if you meant only skill, or experience, but more so to say, I was more so trying to say that the experience is possibly more likely to give you a clearer insight into what can be considered difficult, rather than giving you knowledge on exactly what is difficult in general, because difficulty isn't always general. Oh look, it's the single target Dotson. I found it, Emir. Whee. Wait, no one got tied up by that? Is that actually an interesting thing with the single target Dotson thing? Is that I learned recently that the reason that a lot of ninjas, especially new ninjas or returning ninjas, will do single target Dotson is because they see other ninjas do it. And they see other ninjas do it so much that they go, maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe there's something that I'm not realizing. Maybe Dotson ticks more than I thought it did. Maybe I don't remember right. And then they start using single target Dotson anyway. Mainly on the Burger King crown players. That also does check out in a way. And Beamy says in-game every single target dot on is 1 year of my lifespan. But it is quite interesting because it can happen for two particularly common reasons. And on the one hand, you have the players that go that actually like look to what other people are doing for inspiration and go, huh, all these people are doing single target dot on. Maybe I misunderstood something. Maybe I should start doing it as well. And then they do. Like, they actually trust that their fellow player knows what they're doing. And then you have the other end, where you have players going, I don't care that other people say that actually dot on isn't good on a single target. I think it is, therefore it is, and I have a mentor crown, so I'm very skilled at this game, so I don't need anyone else's opinion, and I will ignore it. This is something that I somewhat... I don't think I specifically addressed that in the tutorial video recently, but it was certainly something that came up in the comments. That if you don't actually catch the players playing a job like egregiously wrong, if they reach max level and like do a significant amount of content before they're actually confronted with it, they will be less likely to actually listen when someone finally comes around and explains to them that actually healers are supposed to be attacking, because they've gotten this far without doing it. So either you're wrong and they're right, which is good for them, or they're wrong, which means that they've been playing wrong all this time, which they can't accept. So it's easier for these veterans to just go, nah, everyone else are idiots. That's why. Exactly, Sergeant Blaine. And exactly what, Charles. Basically, it's hard to break the habits, and it's very hard to accept that you've been wrong all this time. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar to how if you've been like if you play, for example, Final Fantasy XIV by clicking your buttons, and someone suggests that you should try using keybinds, sometimes the person will react extremely aggressively to that because they take it as if they've been playing wrong, even if that's not necessarily what the player's implying. I mean, JL, when I was ranking in the first season of Crystalline Conflict, one of the best white mages that I got queued with up in like high diamond or even in crystal, I discovered was a clicker, and he was playing perfectly fine. The simple fact is that it's generally seen as harder, or it's more effort to play as a clicker. To make a very ridiculous example, just because you can ride a bike wearing clown shoes doesn't mean that it's easy or as easy as doing it in other shoes. I'm not saying that that being a clicker is like wearing clown shoes, but it's more to put like a ridiculous example forward that is obvious. Sergeant Blaine says, I think why people dislike clickers is because the chance they suck is higher. It's possible. It's like, the thing is, it's the same as how some players will aggressively demand or claim that playing on standard controls as opposed to legacy is bad or a problem. But the thing is, in both cases, and I've talked about this many times, there is a difference between it being a problem for others and it being a problem for you. What I mean by that is if you're playing on legacy controls and you're not making any like major mistakes, or if you're playing on standard controls, I should say, and you're not making any major mistakes, then there's no problem. If you're a clicker and you're making no major mistakes, then there's no problem. But if you say, I'm having a hard time dealing with this mechanic because I have to actually turn my camera to properly run away from the boss because I play on standard controls, then you highlighted why it would be a problem. Like, the key word is I can't because, right? Like, if you can't, then it's because, like, then it's something that we need to address. If you play just fine, then, you know, go ahead. But it also doesn't change the fact that sometimes changing the way that you play, even though it comes at a detriment to your current skill level, because you have to get used to the new setup, sometimes choosing something that will be easier in the long run can be beneficial. As I said, just because you know how to ride a bike in clown shoes doesn't mean that you that it is objectively better than riding a bike in not clown shoes. For example, I used to play World of Warcraft with like the position of the unit frames where they are by default. For anyone curious, that means that my health was up here. You see where the limit break is? And my target's health was like here, over where my buffs are. While it didn't impede my ability to play, when I eventually finally decided to change and move the information that was important to somewhere that was easier to keep track of in the heat of battle, I also started playing better. Like, I got even better at the game because I wasn't impeded by wearing clown shoes, right? But you would still have to relearn how to ride a bike, to learn how to ride it without clown shoes, if you're used to dealing with the weirdness inherent in doing it with clown shoes. And not everyone wants to go through that process. I like my clown shoes. They're very expensive, luxurious clown shoes. They're made specifically to fit my feet. They're very comfortable to wear, and they're in a nice color. They're my favorite shoes. And that's when we circle back to, well, if you're having no problems and you're able to like ride your bike well enough, then there's no reason for it to be made into a problem. They are bright pink and cyan. Or turquoise, I believe, is actually closer to Hatsune Miku color. In my opinion. Watch out, says my clown shoes was clicking on my teammates with the touchpad on controller. Huh, how does that work? That sounds like, watch out, I feel like if you want to like take it a step further, you have to like switch your, you have to switch away from the crossbars that controllers normally use. And like use hotbars like this, and then use the touchpad to be a controller clicker. We found, I think we found a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. I think one of the most interesting ways I've seen people or heard of people play, I can't remember, I believe that it had a specific name for it, was someone who played with a like an actual like game controller in their left hand and then a mouse on their right hand, and they might even had like double like gone even further beyond and also had a keyboard to switch to for certain things. There are people who play games on a dance pad. Isn't there a guy that completed like a Dark Souls game playing on like bananas or something? And no, I'm not saying like he played on a weird difficulty called bananas. I mean like actually like connecting, like somehow setting it up so that bananas reacted to him touching them. It was the Donkey Kong ones. I'm pretty sure it's also played on bananas, but okay then. So yeah, if you hear people complain about how you play video games, just remind them that it could be worse. You could have been playing on bananas. And that's also why typically my motivation to try and give someone advice on how to like change up how they play their games is more if they say that they're having difficulty doing something, like if something in their UI is causing problems, or they say that they can't do something because of some setting that they rely on, that's when I go, well, then you should try this. I think we can ignore this mechanic. Because if the person is happy with their current setup, then there might be no reason to change it. Like when I changed to have like my UI in a more optimized position in World of Warcraft, where I moved my unit frames like down here above hotbars, I chose to do that. Like, I actually took my old UI and just threw it out, so I couldn't revert to it, because if I could, I would. And Sergeant Blaine says the harder the fight, the faster you will figure out issues with your hotkeys or HUD setup, and that is absolutely true. If there's some weakness in your setup, one of the most effective ways to tell the weaknesses is by being challenged. Like, for example, the reason why I don't think there's a problem with where my buffs and stuff are is because I haven't been in a situation so far where it was a problem. But I have considered, when I've like been playing Monk, for example, maybe I should move my personal buffs down here, because it's actually sometimes a mess up because I don't feel like I have enough time to keep track of whether Dragon Kick or Twin Snakes or Demolish is next, right? And typically it comes from specifically a UI problem. And yeah, that is actually also a good one. Players that say that they often miss and don't notice when other players in their party are dead, even though they're playing, you know, Red Mage or Summoner or something. That's often because they placed their party frames like in Narnia, just like way off to the side. All the collective unconscious. We have exactly 3 Astrologians. Perfect. But as I said, it doesn't really matter if you don't see a problem. Whoops. So you have to like realize that you could benefit from a change yourself. An interesting example of that I did myself on stream was that we were doing frontline in connection with Mock-Tome farming. And someone said, have you considered having like the map open all the time? And the thing is, I generally didn't. Not because I didn't realize the benefits of doing that. I just concluded that generally when I'm fighting, I don't have time to check the map anyway. So I will just open the map when I need it. So I don't think that I needed it. Then their counter argument was, well, I mean, it would be easier for us to tell what's happening on the map if we could see the map all the time. So the benefit was, it didn't actually matter whether I would find it helpful, because they would find it helpful. So I put on the minimap so that they could see it all the time for the sake of, you know, people watching. And that turned out, I discovered. Now you might be shocked to discover this, but I figured out that sometimes you'll glance at the map just because it's open anyway. So because it was like such a specific thing, it was very hard to determine whether it would actually help me. And given that I didn't see a problem, I wasn't particularly motivated to try it until someone actually highlighted a clear benefit in doing it. So that is that could be a little bit of inspiration to go, well, if someone suggests that I do something differently, maybe there is something to it. Unless you can come up with like a particular good argument as to why you shouldn't. Because often it is like well-meaning. There, like, for example, regarding the legacy controls thing, there is not very many things that there's very, very few things where standard controls would actually be better than legacy controls. Not very many. I could give streaming a shot. You could. Go for it. You could. Let me just test something. Like an example of where I would find it confusing and difficult is because I actually use... Now, you might not notice what's happening here, but I'm holding right click and turning. Oh, look, it's Bob the Chosen One. Is that our Bob? But on standard type controls, if you hold right click and turn, your character will actually turn with it. On legacy type, nope. Nope. The only way to do this on legacy is by actually pressing the movement buttons. And I use this regularly. Like, I actually use this feature. So that's part of the reason why I would find it very confusing to play legacy. Because I use this. Sergeant Blaine says you will notice how legacy controls is superior once you try soloing Palace of the Dead. I actually got to like floor 170 something in my first attempt where I actually stuck with it on standard type. And I didn't feel like I had any control issues. And I actually streamed that, so you can find that run on the channel somewhere. Sergeant Blaine says, biggest issue I came across with Legacy was running away and pressing a skill. I run back to the mob, which sometimes makes me run back into an AoE. Yeah, those are the kinds of things that you will learn to deal with. Like, you can see if I, if I'm running away and then I press a heal, then I'll turn to face Ardell. The way that I can continue my momentum away is if I jump. Then I can turn back before I land. Like, that's an example of a workaround that you learn because you insist to play, because I insist to play with standard type, because of the things that I like about it. But you can do all this because you can just jump and do it. Continue running. Now, it's a different story if you had to make a complicated turn while also attacking, but you can do it if you hold right click and wiggle your camera, then you will continue moving forward. And you might, if you're on the floor, you might stop for a single frame to turn around. Sergeant Blaines is trying to show how to do it and cast failed twice. I'm not trying to cast Benefic. I'm demonstrating that when you press a button, you will turn. I don't know what you think I'm trying to demonstrate. I'm trying to demonstrate that if you press a button that turns you, then you will, if you need to face the person to cast it, you will turn. I wasn't trying to cast Benefic. However, if you are curious, I can actually cast Benefic without looking at the person because I'm using standard controls, and you can't do that on legacy controls. And yes, it is actually important that I'm standing really, really close. If I step over here, it shouldn't... Oh, it still works, I think. Oh, interesting. Huh. Do you not need to keep looking on support spells? Apparently not. I can also do it with offensive spells, but you do have to stand right up on the enemy to do that, so that it thinks you're kinda staring at them, even though you're not. And that's the key here, is that while Legacy is easy in some ways, Standard, if you can tolerate the jank, has like a few things in relation to like which direction you're facing, where it gives you more strict and direct control, but it does have its downsides as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why you don't go, ugh, standard controls, because there's downsides and upsides to everything. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Blaine. If a boss is when is this actually helpful? When is this actually helpful? If you want to cast a spell when the boss is casting a glare or a gaze, depending on what you decide to call it. That is when it is helpful, but it is only helpful if you happen to be in the middle of the cast when the glare or gaze mechanic actually resolves, and you can stand close enough that it isn't actually a problem. So it's like hyper-specific. And that is also a good point, Siren. I would say if you're playing on a controller, then standard type is basically unplayable, because the reason why standard controls even function is because you can, grab your camera with the mouse and you can turn extremely fast if you need to. If you're on a controller, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it happens like this. If you have to turn. I'm pretty sure this is as fast as it goes, right? And those tricks that I mentioned, like wiggling your camera while jumping to stay the course, you cannot do without a mouse. So, I will say that if you're playing on standard type and you're on a controller, maybe you should consider legacy type. Just saying, I'll give you that. You all of the things that remove the that bypasses the weaknesses of standard type are gone if you're playing on a controller. Hey Nicholas, I hope you're doing well. I hope Square Enix reworks Astrologian's card system for Dawntrail. I think they will. The scary part is whether they do it in a way that that people like, right? Sergeant Blaine says, we all got contact, but all the other people not watching the stream just see Kai running around like a maniac. I mean... They're watching this tiny, this weird lost child dressed in pink, just running around like a maniac. Is that weird? JL says auto run plus A and D is faster turning than W and A and D. Wait, what? Really? Oh yeah, it is. What? Huh? What the? Wow, that is what an incredible discovery. Thank you for joining, Rust. Hope you have a good evening. What? I've never realized that. Now that you mention it, that's actually true. How random. Ladies and gentlemen, standard type controls, Jank. I think that's really funny. That would be helpful if, I don't know, do you have easy access to like an auto-run button on your controller? I don't know why you would do it like this. I don't know why you would, but I mean... I'm not actually sure how auto-run works in legacy controls. Oh. Huh, that feels really weird. Just camera disconnect. Strange. Very interesting. But yeah, exactly. The reason why I'm like saying if you're playing on a controller, you should probably play on legacy controls is because if you're playing on standard, you're basically playing on Resident Evil tank controls. Did we? Oh right, we still have a few roulettes to do. I was thinking frontline next, but we're 5. We could split up in 2 teams if everyone in the group wants to do frontline. But I would like to know if everyone in the party wants to do frontline before we do that. But yeah, I do think standard versus legacy type controls is one of the best examples of situations where it can be very, very difficult to agree, because if you're used to legacy controls, then you will swear to your heart that there is no reason to ever use standard type. However, if you're playing on standard and you're actually not facing any issues playing standard, you will say the same in the opposite direction. And that's a completely different beast than keybinds versus clicker. Instead of the console wars, we get the control schemes wars. You're going frontline, I will dip. I don't think my connection could handle 72 people and their effects right now. That's fair. Well, that means that we're 4. Basil says, Legacy Autorun lets me travel long distance with mouse only. I mean... There's only one option objectively better. Turning other people's spells off. Yeah, in most cases, it's not very helpful to see other people's spells. In most cases. In a practical sense for yourself, there's not really any benefit. Bob says, I like standard because I like to be able to look around while running forward. It does seem like the only thing that I've run into... The only thing I've run into where standard type can do something that legacy cannot do is legacy cannot backpedal in a directly backwards. That's one. There's no benefit to that, but it is a fact. And then there's the trick where you can cast something on someone without actually looking at them, which is at best like ultra niche in helpfulness, like extreme ultra niche in helpfulness. So like both things aren't like significantly crucial. Gleaming says casting without looking helps in Eden when they do the mechanic that sends you left or right. Yeah, I know, Gazel. I meant you can't, like, that was exactly what I was actually trying to point towards. You can go this way or this way, right? Right? But you can't go directly towards your camera, right? You can't walk backwards into your camera. That was what I was referring to. It doesn't serve a purpose. Like, it doesn't actually help you in any way, so it's not particularly significant. But it's like there's two things that I've discovered that standard controls can that the Legacy can't. One of them is hyper niche, and the other one is not helpful. Siren, the general advice is to only set things to show limited. In an alliance raid, you may want to do it like this, so that you don't get tricked by other players, like the other teams, like healing domes. But then again, that might mean you can't see their Doton. But then again, in most of these situations, ninja Dotons are not going to be important for very long, so it doesn't matter that much. But the only situation where it's actually helpful to see everything is if you're trying to see if someone else is doing something wrong and you want to give them advice. Then that might be handy that you can see what they're doing wrong. That is also a good tip, Gazel. If you want to get it, like, that's the thing. If you think that knowing what the other people in your group is doing is helpful to you, then there is benefit to having effects on. It can just be very overwhelming at times. I actually, personally, I played with all effects for everyone on until, let's see, Shiva Unreal. I did that with my static, and because the tell for what mechanic Shiva's going to do is dependent on a body animation, it was nearly impossible to react when you couldn't see Shiva because there was too many effects on her. So I eventually turned it off specifically because of that. And then I discovered that it was quite handy in a lot of other content. But I think that me being able to recognize actions at a glance is partly because I've gotten used to viewing everyone else's actions from my perspective. You could just memorize the sound of every skill in the game. Oh yeah. Hmm. This is quite a chaotic start. Blaines is a bit of a different topic, but what do you consider the hardest normal mode, trial, or raid? Does that include alliance raids? Not alliance raids. In that case... What's a good one? Or what's a hard one, I should say. On normal, that can get really difficult to determine, I think, because a lot of the time it's more like not understanding something. I believe is it O2? That is the one where you can where you have this like gravity button. Is that O2? I believe that's O2. I would certainly say that one is surprisingly tough on the first go. Because a lot of people just do not understand how that works at all. Iconoclasm is also really hard. At least on the first go. I would probably also rank like P10. I would say P10 with the Harrowing Hell would be really high. Barbaricia was also surprisingly difficult in a way. Actually, when I was many months ago back, when the second raid tier was new and Barbaricia was new, I've like despite like getting further in the Barbaricia fights, I found the Barbaricia fight much harder than P5S because of the absolute chaos in that fight. Like, total chaos. I think it's very funny. It felt like that monk thought they were absolutely not going to die because they were attacking a few mages on the run. Oh, we're getting double attacked. The good old sandwich, as they say. Boink. Surprise! That double gravity seems to always sneak up on people. Boink. There's a bot sniping at me. The Seed of Sacrifice is also quite scary at times. Like, see, that's the thing, is that there's actually a lot of them, and in my opinion, what exactly is harder is really, really hard to determine, actually, because I've had some difficult run-ins with many of these fights, but many of them, it's also like I can't actually point to a lot of times where I've actually wiped on those fights. That looked like a Reaper limit break bait. Like, he was stepping up, inviting everyone to attack him, only for us to, like, get feared. I feel like we're extremely out of position right now. Nice. Double kill. Ow. I don't really have the power to... Oh, apparently we did. I was expecting him to get away. No reason to use much cooldowns when we're in this extremely safe position. We're ready if any enemies are coming, but they're probably not. Oh, you're late! Hi, guys! Look, I have a defensive cooldown for us all. It feels like they keep underestimating. Like I feel like I'm getting approached a lot. So the reason why I suddenly ran for the hills like that was because I got the whoopsie debuff from the samurai. And the thing is, they can't actually use limit break on you if they don't have a clear view of you. So I just run behind a wall, hoping that he doesn't have time to find me in the crowd before I'm gone. So he missed the chance because of that. I don't think he managed to kill anyone because he was too stressed. They have no idea. They have no idea what's about to happen when they approach the pink potato. I'm a potato. Oh. Oh, that is very difficult for me to help you. That's too far away. Why are we on the run now? Apparently blue team is just sniping us from above. It's not very effective, but they're really trying to make it work. Tip says he whoopsied onto Ardell but failed. Yeah, the Samurai Limit Break actually just does precisely 100% of the person's HP. So if you have both a like full HP and also a barrier, then you will not die from it. And summoners have a barrier they can just summon at will. So that might have been the reason. Victory speech. Well, I would like to thank not getting whoopsied. I would also like to thank... I actually thought I would be ranked higher on Healing Done, but I suppose it makes sense that I'm not the highest. But yeah, I would like to thank me having 10 kills as a healer for this victory. Yeah. I think this is the first time I've actually won as Astrologian. I would like to thank the academy, the Astrologian Academy. I said Screech. Oh, victory Screech. I thought you said speech. You're right, you did say Screech. But yeah, on the hardest normal trial or raid, I feel like... I don't think there's like a clear winner. I feel like the ones that would rank in like the hardest normal trials and raids are like typically like all of the ones that would like rank in like a top 10 are mostly the ones that have some sort of mean or evil mechanic that you're almost certain to not get on the first go. Those kinds of things. And then some of them that have really punishing or really cruel mechanics. Like a really silly one is the fact that on Seed of Sacrifice, that intermission with the button mash, if one person fails the button mash, you immediately wipe. if one person fails. Which has in fact led me to wipe multiple times. Not because I failed, but because someone failed. Let's see, Shiro says, totally random question, but does anyone know a good way to begin auto attack on casters besides clicking on the boss's health bar? Asking for a scholar. I mean, friend. So JL is right. You can go in here and just place auto attack on your bars. The reason why that is not the most effective way to do that is because I don't know why, but I can't really show it here, but if you press the auto attack button, it actually just toggles your auto attack. So if you accidentally press it twice because you're a button masher, you will actually cancel your auto attack again. But if you right click something, it only enables your auto attack, which just makes it more consistent. I think you can make a macro that makes it so that it only begins auto attacking, but I'm not like 100% sure on that. But that is the reason why I typically just right click my target for it. JL says if you're attacking the boss, your character attempts to auto attack when available anyways. Actually, no. Your character will only initiate auto attacking when using a weapon skill. So that means that I believe weapon skill or the Ifrit melee combo from Summoner, I'm pretty sure those are counted as spells, but I do believe they initiate your auto attack anyway. But it's pretty much only weapon skills that automatically initiate your auto attack. For some reason. I don't know why it doesn't just initiate your auto attack on any attack, but it doesn't. It's a historic day. Shiro says, Arcanist-based jobs have an unnaturally high strength stat. Exactly. JL says, why doesn't a red mage have unnaturally high strengths? Good question. Why does a rapier do less damage than a book? I also agree on that one, Watch Owl, that given the sheer amount of the damage that jobs do with their actions, it feels, and more importantly, the amount of animation jobs do for their attacks, it feels so weird that you also auto-attack. In World of Warcraft, it kind of made sense because the classes that did benefit a lot from auto-attacks often would have like significant periods of downtime where you didn't have the capacity to use any actions, so you would just kind of stand there and then swing every now and then. And then when you were doing stuff, it wasn't too outlandish that you would then also include auto attacks. But in Final Fantasy XIV, you do actions all the time. And if you can't, or if you couldn't, it was usually a sign of something going wrong. Like, in 1.0, that's a different story, but I believe in 2.0, you did have enough TP, assuming you didn't press sprint, to cast for the majority of a fight, assuming you, like, actually planned it out right. But it is weird. Ryan says, I'm going to auto-attack in between casts. Seems like some kind of niche optimization if you're super bored on Summoner and Scholar to me. The thing is, because of how your gear and stats scale, the lower level you are, the more impactful your auto-attacks will be on a Summoner or a Scholar. In fact, on any caster job. Ironically, as we discovered, Black Mage does more damage with their auto attacks the lower level they are, because the strength required to increase your auto attack damage outscales the amount of strength Black Mage actually gets on level up. So at level 90, Black Mage's auto attack actually deals less than 1 damage and is then rounded up to 1 damage, leading to the weird observation where your auto attacks do 1 damage even if it's a critical directed. But at lower level, your auto attacks can do like 10 or 20 damage sometimes. Because of how it scales. And it's the same for Summoner and Scholar, and specifically the reason why this becomes significant is both because in the level range where Scholar has Art of War but not yet Broil, Art of War is actually like a DPS gain on a single target if you're auto-attacking. Similarly, if you're auto-attacking, then Ruin 2 is like a 0.1% DPS loss compared to Ruin 1 or something to that effect. It's so close that it doesn't even matter. If you can't cast Ruin for even a fraction of a second because it has a cast time, then Ruin 2 would have been better. Similarly with Summoner, for some reason they balanced it such that the Emerald Ruin and Topaz Ruin don't actually do more damage than a normal Ruin cast for the majority of your leveling experience, which means that the only way for them to compete with just spamming normal Ruin is if you're also auto-attacking. So that's why there is these kinds of weird optimizations, is because in lower level it is actually impactful enough that you can tell a significant difference between doing it or not. But at level 90, I would imagine that the difference between a summoner that is auto-attacking or a scholar that is auto-attacking and one that isn't is such a small amount of damage difference that it's like not even a blip on the radar. So it is like an optimization that is like, if you think it's fun to optimize, but for the most part, you don't have to. Right, I will be right back, and then I think we will do main scenario roulette. I hope those that are in the group wants to join, but if you don't, you're welcome to skip on that one. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Orion says, what are we talking about? Like a % or 2 in low levels? No. As Gazel says, it's like an actual significant potency gain. I actually estimated the exact or approximate potency amounts for summoner in my low level summoner guide. I think it's like at some points, like low level, your auto attacks are like upwards of 40 potency, like, equivalent, because given that it scales with strength, the exact potency value makes no sense. But, like, in relative power, those auto attacks add, like, 10 plus potency per second for just doing them. So it is rather significant, and that also applies for Scholar, even up to, like, level 50. That is part of the reason why it is so significant that Art of War lets you auto attack more. Oh. So who to do I invite for the MSQ roulette then? But it is true that something that is fair to say on that, Orion, is that in the level range where auto attacks are, like, so impactful that you shouldn't, that it might be a bad idea to ignore them as a summoner or scholar, is also the level range where there isn't really any need to, like, mega try hard, right? Maybe if you're doing, like, level 50 extremes, maybe if you're doing if you're doing synced extremes at level 50 or synced coils of Bahamut, then maybe it might be an idea. But after level 54 on Scholar, it's not super important because you're no longer spamming Art of War. For Summoner, it stays relevant for a bit longer, but the thing is, in content where this would matter, it might also matter that you don't intentionally stand in the melee range all the time if it's more helpful to be at range. So that is to say, Orion, that I'm not saying, oh, what? You're not auto-attacking as a low-level summoner or scholar? It's like one of these things, like, when you see a summoner or scholar do it, it's like, oh, okay, fair enough, they're giving it, like, 110%. Nice. But it's not something that is required, right? And exactly as Gasel says, using Art of War is the same. Since using Art of War is the same potency as Ruin 1, you could simply use it as an instant cast. Very true. And that is exactly it. That is also why I was like, I guess I was more focused on Summoner in that observation. Because there you would have to swoop in for melee range, and you would do it specifically for Topaz Ruin and Emerald Ruin, where again you're instant casting, right? That's fair, Ryan. Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage. But in low levels, the damage contribution is somewhat significant. Specifically for Summoner and Scholar. Most other mages, it doesn't really, like, it's like with Red Mage, where technically you could, like, super sweaty spam, like, make sure you're always in melee range to auto attack, but the power of your auto attacks are really on the, like, very low side, so it's not that significant, honestly. But for Summoner and Scholar, it is quite helpful. Especially the lower level you are. Like, the lower level you are, the more impactful they are. That is basically the best, like, the most precise I can get. But simultaneously, the lower level you are, the less it matters. Because there isn't like that. The DPS checks aren't there in low level content, right? I mean, you can actually see, speaking of which, apparently my Astrologian auto attacks do 40 damage. Which is, I mean, that's pretty good for Malefic doing 260. Vortex barrier. This is when we don't do any damage. Right. The boss, also known as, you will see all of my mechanics. I insist. I think what is a lot more important about them changing this from 8-man to 4-man is more so that the old version was a lot less inspiring, in my opinion. The old version of this encounter, Ultimate Weapon basically took close to 0 damage until all of the primals had been pulled out, I believe, which meant that a huge amount of the fight, it felt like we're just kinda there. Thank you for joining, watch out, and enjoy lunch.
Can her strength truly be so great?
Can her strength
Of light that confounds you.
truly be so great? They are great! Frosted Flakes! Or something.
Your foe.
Can her flakes truly be so great?
So
We will speak later. Asian.
beyond mortal limits.
He's actually named Ian.
If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the ultimate weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant. Speak plainly, Asian.
But that is true, Sergeant Blaine. It was like, it was simultaneously not particularly difficult, not challenging, and then also spent a huge amount of the fight just being nigh impervious to damage.
The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Tony the Ashen Tiger, Umbral Frosted Flakes win. Get yours today! Umbral Ice Flakes!
Ultima.
Roasted nicely in astral fire
Primals for no other reason.
for extra crispiness.
For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
Laha Brea, what have you done?
No more.
Their power truly can be so great. It's 80% crispier in astral fire. Exactly. Specifically. But the scary part about getting them crispy with astral fire is that you actually can't generate power while it's happening. You can't generate more power, you just have to spend what you have. Which can be sometimes difficult, because that means you have to like have all of the power that you need to get them just right when you begin. Otherwise it's all ruined. It's absolute devastation, whether you intended it or not. Unleash Ultima! Say the line, guys. Maybe the heart of Sabik was made to crisp cereals from the start. It was made to make big fat tacos.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Heidelin. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive.
You see, that's why he has his Umbral milk farms to generate both the power and the perfect cereal combination. Aha. You know, you have a point there, Sergeant Blaine. You know, for a spell that's supposed to be this mega powerful, it didn't destroy that much. Observe the most powerful magic in the universe, Ultima! Then destroys like a relatively large building.
But first, I must deal with you.
Like, I mean, if that's the extent of magic, like, that's how powerful magic gets, and I'm like, I mean, I'm pretty sure some people can beat that.
Let us find the answer together.
Remember what Shinri and Omega did? Yeah, exactly. Apparently I had switched focus to OBS somehow. Don't worry, the stream isn't over. Jump scare stream end. My stream's almost here. Oh no! Come back! Yeah, JL, exactly. You actually thought you were watching Final Fantasy XIV stream, but you were actually watching the new Dragon Ball Z. Tune in next week. We'll figure out whether he actually finishes casting that Kamehameha. Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z. Was it actually his intention? Or what? I think it's actually quite impressive that we keep stealing each other's lines, Sergeant Blaine. Hmm. I really like that ultimate weapon really gets that Kamehameha stance when he's using Citadel Buster. Really sells it. Oh, whoops. Make sure to dodge the big Kamehameha blast. Don't just stand there and take it. Is that how powerful magic gets? Kill him with kindness. Wrong! Akmon. Kill him with Akmon? Oh, right. Double mechanic. Triple mechanic. Oh, never mind. It didn't, I'm pretty sure Midgard's armor got his very own Arkmon with his rework, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he did. So actually from late ARR to Endwalker. Card! That's also fair, Jail. Back then, it was a lot more evil. Thank you, Aridel. We've reached level 70. We managed to get it done. Which of course means that, let's see, there. We get the last of the level 70 gear we're missing, and then we do the job quests. End of stream, bye-bye, goals achieved. Now see, that's exactly the reason why I was like, well, we're going to see how far we, like, when we reach level 70, we will start on, well actually we also completed that goal. So we could still collect some poetics so that we're ready at like level 80, maybe? I don't know. But we'll see. For now, we still have some job quests. Look! It's a small tech person. Small scientist. Or something. Small scientist. Haha, there you go. Oh, right. We had that problem as well. Eh. Gleaming says, I've been thinking about it. I want to do all 90 so I can condense the amount of things in my armory chest, but some jobs aren't as fun to play. I don't care for Dragoon. Well, if you know that you're probably not going to play Dragoon for like the next months, what you could do is like, if you already have Reaper at 90 and other melee jobs at level 90 so that you don't need the gear for jobs that you would care about, you could clean up the inventory. Like, if you're not going to be playing Dragoon, then there's no reason to like keep the gear around. You could also level it with Frontline to like do it indirectly. But exactly for the same reason, you wouldn't need to keep the gear to level with if you're leveling it indirectly. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. If you don't care for Dragoon, just don't keep the gear for Dragoon. Right. So now we do job quests. By the way, did we really not? Apparently there wasn't any significant spell unlocks. Wait. Oh, it is there. Another thing that I could also suggest is, like, let's say your Dragoon is like level 30. So you feel like all gear that a Dragoon could equip from level 30 to level 90 you have to keep in case you need it for leveling. I would say don't worry about that. Like, maybe keep like maybe level 40 gear you could keep, so that, like, again, only if you actually plan to level it. If you don't plan to play Dragoon, then you don't need to, but you don't need to keep all the gear in case you can level. Like, you could keep like some level 40 pieces you have, and then like a level 50 set, a level 60 set, again if you have them, level 70 set, a level 80 set, and then a level 90 set. Should like carry you just fine. And if you're doing a lot of dungeons, then you will collect like the gear in between as you level it. So you don't need to keep all of it, but if you keep all of it, you will have like a level 34 piece, a level 36 piece, a random level 38 piece or something, a level 40 piece, a level 45 piece, and some of them might not even be upgrades due to like how normal quality and high quality works and stuff like that. And something else is also that like level 1 to 50, or at least level 30 to 50, you can buy some pretty decent gear with company seals as well. So you can fill out some gear slots really well that way. And that is also true. There are ways to level the job without playing it, but the key thing there is that if you're intending to level it without playing it, you don't need the gear at all. So like that like solves the problem in a different way. Right then. Story quest time. Hey Leveda. Caetsu, I see you received my summons. Did you summon me? You didn't receive my summons. So I'll damn that Geniquinat to the 7th hell and back. Relax. He's going to... forgive me. There should be sufficient time for the condemnation of his soul after 11th bell tarts. For now, I must speak to you of Ukyokuho's training. Despite appearances and attitude and manners and courting habits, our traveler from the east has proven quite motivated in his study of our ways. In fact, while you were off doing whatever it is you do, rude, he successfully opened the next 4 gates of heaven. Anyway, preparations for the symposium have left me with little time to pick the boy's mind, but I have nevertheless managed to fully grasp the primitive concept of geomancy. Rude. In fact, I plan on incorporating several of the ideas as anecdotes into my presentation. It is what my father would have wanted. Now, as to why I've called you here, Kyokoho is very close to tuning to the final heaven, the spear. And I think it only fitting that his instructor be there to accompany him during his finest moment. And because I'm obviously too occupied at the moment, I thought perhaps you could join him in my stead. Then it is settled, you shall guide young Kyokuho on his final steps to glory and enlightenment, just as I did you those many moons ago. Follow me outside, Kaetsu, and let us bring our friend the good tidings together. That is also true, Sergeant Blaine. Like, if the reason why you dislike a job might be related to, like, something it's missing, that could help by just, like, getting it higher. But it's never a guarantee. That is odd. I could have sworn he was right here but a moment ago. Fleurier, do you need a vowel? Have you seen Kyokoho? Fleurier? Are you even listening to me? Don't think so. If it is our Hinken novitiate you seek, he hurried out the Athenaeum's side entrance not 5 heartbeats past. He was quite animated, even more than usual. A veritable one-man mummer's tragedy, all full of jumping and flailing and pumping of fists. What could have unsettled the boy so? I suppose it might have been that letter I handed him. It was delivered just this morning. Kyokoho skimmed over it quickly, asked me several cursory questions about the heaven of ice, to which I gave several cursory answers, and then was gone. And you did not try and stop him? Why would I? He was leaving. If my intuition is correct, and it usually is, something in that missive had led Kyokoho to believe that he does not have much time left in Eorzea. And so has set out with a steel vigil that he might open the final gate and complete his training before he departs our realm. Kaetsu, it looks as if our plan is already set in motion. To the Central Highlands. Gleaming says, I feel like I'm just not pressing enough buttons as Dragoon. That and dungeons are a pain because of their weird AoE combo. I don't know, I like the line AoE, but I do see why it would be really weird when most other jobs don't have that. Shiro says, I don't know, I think I'm out of luck with not liking how ridiculously difficult it is for me to keep Geisgegul aligned. No DPS classes make me want to run back to heal as bad as Dragoon. That's fair. I also find all those things very difficult, actually. Like, I really, really despise playing Dragoon in dungeons because there are so many opportunities for your damage cooldowns to, like, misalign. So I totally get it. But I leveled the job nonetheless. In fact, I did it twice, given that I leveled it on both my characters. But I genuinely, I don't play Dragoon very much. The majority of the time I spent on Dragoon is demonstrating stuff on videos. So there's nothing wrong with not liking a job. And if you don't like if Gleaming, if you feel like Dragoon is missing buttons, that comes at a higher level. On the other hand, Shiro, if you're having problems with Geisgegul, there might not be much to do, because it's only going to get more complicated the higher level you get. Kaetsu, this is the second time you've saved me from my folly. Well, technically speaking, it is the first. You were merely standing around as Lady Leveva healed my wounds last time. Right? I'll stop there. I know it makes little sense to leave without saying anything, despite the fact you, Lady Leveva, and Equinard all were but mere yawns from where I stood. But some stories are already told, and were we to struggle against the ebb and flow that carry us ever toward our fates? Alright, that was a poor excuse. The truth is, I have been summoned back to my homeland and was too ashamed to face those who had showed me so much support. So I thought to come here, open the gate to the final heaven, and then take the next trading galley out of Uldar before any of you realized I was gone. As you can see, things did not unfold as planned, but since you're here, perhaps we could have one last lesson. For old time's sake. Old times? We've talked like once, dude. The spear's origin. A palace of ice set ablaze with the light of the moon, and you say it was carved by a single spear. Remarkable. It is as if the more I learn of your stars, the less I know. To think this may be the last time I ever see you. To think this may be the last I ever see of your heavens. I'm beginning to understand why your people treasure them so. And with the opening of the 6th, I prepared my mind and soul for the 7th, the final gate that leads to the true dominion over the elements. Or so Lady Leveva insists. Oh boy. Our conversations have been eye-opening, to say the least. She theorizes that our two schools may actually be one and the same. Whereas astrologians look to the stars above to read their fates, we geomancers look to the star below and listen to its songs and draw answers from its whispers. While I'm certain my masters back in Hingashi would cringe upon hearing that a westerner of not 20 summons believes she has grasped 1,000 generations of teaching, I'm more willing to indulge her eccentricities now that I know she means no ill will. I only wish that we would have had more time to possibly see if there were some way we could have combined our knowledge to create something new. Something the world has never before seen. And with that, I bid you, Lady Leveva, Quemperain, Mugweniel, soft-skinned Fleurie, sweet-lipped why do they have those extra details added? Sweet-lipped Huriette, that tall chap on the 2nd floor always mumbling about some star's magnitude. Even Janiquinard, the fondest of farewells. Rude. I have a long journey ahead of me, and if I do not leave now, I fear I will never be able to. See, Sergeant Blaine says, how much have you dove into the game's lore, actually? Depends. It varies. Like, some things I've looked somewhat into, other things I haven't looked that far into. Something that I've been quite interested in is, like, magic systems. Like, for example, the difference between black magic, white magic, and red magic, and even summoner magic, in a way, is something that I find very interesting. But it highly depends, so like, I don't always know. But I do like lore. You got a fun fact about Nidhogg? Well, let's hear it. Tyrant says, I saw my wife bring her back. Is she your wife? You're back, but I do not see Kyokuho. Is he out fawning over Fleurie again? Bruh. Back to Hingashi. I cannot say this was unexpected. The deck of 60 told me as much this morning. That, and I asked Janiquinard what was written in the letter. What? You thought him above reading another's correspondence? You give him far too much credit where none is due. Kyokuho is not a child. He knew what coming to Eorzea would entail, and he knew that he would one day need return to his homeland. And while we may not have always agreed, alright, almost never agreed, I did come to respect the man and his, steely resolve. Allow him his space. If the stars deem it fitting, then he will be back. Or perhaps next it will be our turn for a journey over storm and sea. Hint, hint. He's gone. And without saying goodbye. Well, technically he told me to say goodbye. I cannot believe it. I will not believe it. Oh, what I would not give to have but one last moment with my brother. My soulmate. My... what? Iniquinard? Lady Leveva told you I read his letter. Oh, well then. Yes, it will pain me to tell the other novitiates that Kyokuho has returned to his native lands far away on the other side of the world. I may even need to personally comfort those most stricken with grief by his sudden and tragic departure. But truth be told, I'm going to miss having the Hingen around. He certainly did liven the place up. Godspeed, Kyokuho. May your return journey leave you miserable and wet, but see you safely home. What the? Let's see, Nidhogg was actually supposed to follow into Midgard's almost footsteps of being a guardian of Hydaelyn. We all know how that ended, however. Well, yeah, I mean, why would he be a guardian of Hydaelyn when basically that would mean he's aligned with the people that betrayed him in a way? Gale says Nidhogg in Greek mythology lives on Nastrand in Hell. It is quite funny that Dragoon and a lot of things in Heavensward are based on, like, Norse mythology. And Greek mythology, apparently. I didn't know Nastrand was also Greek. I happen to know that we have a Danish word for Nastrand. Doesn't mean anything other than the area that it refers to, or the thing that it refers to, but... we do add an O and an Ö instead of an A and an O. While your visit fills my heart with joy, Kaitsu, I cannot bring myself to smile knowing that the Lady Leveva is troubled so. Though she should be spending these final days before the symposium placing the final touches on her address to the vault, she instead spends her time wondering about the pillars in a daze, mumbling to herself about earth, wind, and water. I fear that Kyokuho's departure has left a gap in Lady Leveva's heart that she knows not how to fill. I've tried at length to set her mind at ease, but one need not be a reader of stars to guess how well that ended. Perhaps, if you spoke with her, she would finally listen to reason. Oh, are you also Danish, Sergeant Blaine, or is it just more a reaction? And that is also true. Asian seems to be heavily based on Greek mythology things. That is true. At least the names, if nothing else. But certainly the names. Kaitsu, so what do I owe the honor? No, let me guess. Our good friend Iniquinard asked you to talk some sense into poor addle-pated Leveva. Kinda. And oh, goody. Today I had the privilege of being lectured by both of you. Well, why, Lady Leveva and Kaitsu, imagine finding you two out here this fair evening. Enough with the theatrics, Jenny. I know your play here, and as I have told you time and again, I have not forgotten my duties to the Athenaeum or my obligations to the Symposium. I simply need time to think alone. To which I keep replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds in the realm at your disposal? and Kaetsu. The greatest minds, eh? Then riddle me this. Why are the results of my reading from that day both Kaetsu and Kyokuho arrived? Why are the results of my reading from that day both Kaetsu and Kyokuho arrived still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I'm missing, or rather misinterpreting some devilishly important detail? Peace comes, friends are made, dangerous paths are trodden, knowledge is gained. Did that not already occur? Kyokuho and Kaetsu both arrive as the Dragonsong War ends. Kaetsu saves Kyokuho from death at the Steel Vigil, and knowledge of geomancy is shared with the Athenaeum. Yes, but what if the coming destruction told by the inverted spire was not the incident at the castle, or at the citadel, but something else? Something far more grave? Then that would mean the prophecy's fruit of knowledge and hope was not Kyokuho's stories of his art, but something different. Something we will only see by continuing on this perilous path? But is it truly the path that is disastrous, or our decision to pursue it? A big promotion is just around the corner. I know you're merely trying to ease my mind with humor, but this isn't the time for jests. If we are to understand where our fates lie, we must try and comprehend the signs we're given. And I believe those signs point to the pursuit of hope in the face of disaster. And I believe the disaster in question has some... Cue the Wolves Den Pierre music, come on. Yep, come right in, band, we need that music. It's the only right option. And I believe the disaster in question has something to do with Kyokuho's return home, if not the return itself. It could also mean that our friend is in danger. I see where you're going with this, and while I loved our red-robed ruckus rouse as much as anyone, excepting Fleury perhaps, a journey at this time would mean the cancellation of our symposium, and with that, any chance of the Holy See ever taking us seriously. And now you can see why I've been up here day and night biting my nails to the quick. I apologize. A lack of sleep can work ill on one's humors, but I think your intervention here today may have provided me a solution to our predicament. A solution that I'm now kicking myself for not having come to earlier. A solution I myself proposed not days ago when deciding how I might attend Kyokuho's opening of the Sixth Heaven. Kaetsu will travel to Hingashi. The reading did only mention friends old and friends new. I recall nothing in there about silver-haired astrologians from Charlian. But how do you propose Kaetsu find our charge? The Far East is a big place. Perhaps we could write a letter? Yes, and address it to Kyokuho Hingashi. No, you dullard! Yes, and address it to Kyokuho Hingashi. No, you dullard! We have something far better. We have the stars and our undying faith that they will guide us to that which we seek. Or Kaetsu could start her search in Kugane, the port city from which Kyokuho claimed he came, focusing on locations which serve as exceptional venues for stargazing, a pastime our friend warmed to during his stay with us. Or Kaetsu could... No, wait. That is actually a decent proposal. Kaetsu, you have your quest. Wait, I do? I've already accepted it? Duty commenced! Or something. May the stars guide you through. Oh, and I will expect reports. Many reports. Open support desk. Johnny, let us return to the prepare... Alright, maybe after a few bells rest first. And back to Kugane we go again. Zip says the color of your glam isn't looking correct. It'll be fine. I was thinking of waiting with doing anything with it because we might just get like a new Astrologian outfit after doing these job quests, and we could just dye that. And in the meantime, we can be a scientist. Let's see, Sunny Blaine says, oh no, I'm Dutch, but I have a fair amount of Danish friends in game. Oh, nice. Gail says it goes even deeper. Asphodel is the commons area in Hell, and Asphodelos is the second tier of Pandemonium, and Pandemonium is also from Paradise Lost, a Greek epic poem. The only piece of music I hate when it comes up is More Than Truth. Which one is that? Every time it comes up, I already begin to feel sad. You can't dye the... Oh, right, we can't dye it. We need the Eureka version to dye it. And the level 80 stuff, we need Memoria Misero to dye it. Well... I'll put a poll, and you can vote on which one you like better. Scientist is what we're wearing now, just dye it pink. The slow, sad version of Maker's Ruin. Ah. More Than Truth is Artbird's theme. Ah, okay. Kugane is packed like a warehouse with multi-storied hostels and tea houses, so the couples will ne'er afford a man a decent view of the skies. No. If you want to see the heavens in all their glory, you must needs make your way up. Take this breach behind me. There, atop that mighty span, the stars await. She faces directly west of Kugane Castle, out towards the Ruby Tide and Althar beyond. It is said her location was determined by a great geomancer who told the first... Bugio, placing it there would ensure the city's prosperity for generations to come. I see. Welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Sip. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is a surprise. Yup. Now you have access to the emotes as well. Thank you. Yeah, it's hear me out. Your classic glasses with the robe. Oh, so do I have them? Like this? That could work. I think that is a good idea. Heartless is good. Return to Oblivion is also good. My favorites are like some of my favorites, because I have a lot of favorite songs in Final Fantasy XIV, but like some of them are basically all versions of Neath Dark Waters. You meant it as the classic robe. Oh, that! You mean like this? I don't have it for healer, but that could also work. I'm not high enough level for it though, because the healer version is level 74, if I remember correctly. How does this look when dyed? You know, we could do this for a bit. But that would be nice if I just don't know when we would actually be level 74. But we will be a scientist for a bit. It's a good pun. I do like me some puns. See, now this looks right again. Doesn't it? Wow! This has surprisingly large amounts of spell speed on it. 233? Really? If it is the stars you seek, then you need only look up. But if it is a fool you seek, one who calls himself a master of wind and water, when in fact he's nothing more than a cheat, a liar, and a disgrace to our noble profession, then perhaps you might find the rat where all rats hide, near the piers. Rude? Mia says, I want to gift more memberships. Just, you know, make sure you're not, like, starving yourself. But is that what we call, like, ninja? Thank you so much, Siren, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. It's quite funny. We've actually reached like a point where some of the memberships, actually a large amount of the memberships, I think land on people that are mostly lurking or have like been on the streams sometimes. I don't know how it chooses that, but that is pretty wild. But thank you so much. I wonder how... Thank you so much for the 5 membership, for the 5 gifted memberships, Emir. Subscribers, I think, first. That makes sense. I wonder if it prioritizes like people that have been to the stream recently. But it does look like we have a lot of like there's a lot of names where I don't quite recognize them. So that is what makes me think that is interesting. And welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Sergeant Blaine. Thank you so much. And also, welcome to the Cult of the Pink with the gifted memberships JL, Lisa, Mr. Stitch, Nikolai, Emily, Amokius, Agent Monica, Kyra, Ed Hillman, Dimmy, and Marcus. I hope you enjoy the emotes. I wonder if you even notice, some of you, that you have a membership if you're not in the stream when it happens. That is interesting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Everyone gives Kai money this stream. It's quite interesting because it happens in bursts, it feels like. Sib says you're gonna end up losing your voice for a BG3 tomorrow with how much you need to thank people today. It's fine. It's fine. I think that means we have a new emote slot. Like, actually, let me just check. I'm pretty sure. I think we have one, yeah. It looks like we have one. Wow. I'll have to figure out which one we use. Because I think we've gotten most of the best ones already. If you're wondering, and that gives me a great opportunity to like bring it up again, all of the emotes that I have like in stock are in the Discord community server. Emir says the laughing one. Oh, the one that Miho else made. That could work. I think I feel like I should ask him before I just use it. Because it like he just made it on a whim. I don't like. I feel like it would be the right thing to do to ask before I use it for this. I'll figure it out. But I appreciate your suggestion. Sergeant Blaine says, how do I become a pink member in the Discord? So I can't actually demonstrate it because there's like stream privacy protection on Discord. But if you go into your user settings on Discord and then click on connections and connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, then sometimes it takes a little bit, but after a while it will automatically add the cultist role to you, and then you become pink, and you also get the pink gem next to your name there. And if you already have it connected, I'm pretty sure it should happen quite quickly. Also, hey Tristan, I hope you're doing well. It's going to be wild, because what's going to happen is eventually we're going to have like a situation where everyone on the streams are members. Ymir says, I've been playing Warframe and it is killing me. Now? Like today? What do you mean a problem? No, it's not a problem. I think it was funny. I think it was funny. Don't even begin to think that it would be a problem. I think it's generally a good thing. I think it's wonderful. I want to say that actually really close to a year ago, when I enabled the YouTube memberships, I assumed that it would just not really get used, like no one would care. So it's actually like extremely exciting for me, and makes me very happy that people would want to be members of this channel. So don't even begin to think that I don't appreciate it, because I very much appreciate it. I will, however, admit that I might not be very good at making it clear that I appreciate it, but I really do. Tenoscoom. Well, what was that? I believe it was like a Snoop Dogg meme that was like ages ago with Warframe, where they replaced Lotus's mouth with with Snoop Dogg's mouth. Ah, right, it's the Grenizzle. It's quite funny. Let me maybe I can find it after the stream. Zig says, Controller Astrologian is really difficult with cards, especially with Extremes and Savage, where you will need macros just to have the cards auto-target the DPS. I could imagine. I think I've talked about this before, but like I would already find it incredibly hard to play a healer on a controller, just at all. So having to like micromanage card plays, oh, that's crazy. Also, I'm glad to see you, Ritharian. And Sig. Thank you. Was managing a stand on a board game convention where I had to manage 20 to 30 volunteers hosting D&D and other tabletop RPGs for beginners. Oh boy. Oh, I was wondering how you were playing Warframe when your PC wasn't working, Emir. Now that explains something. It didn't occur to me that you just played it on a console. I used to play Warframe back when I started, when Ash Prime was new. And I quit completely right around when they added like the Earth hop zone. Thank you, Trisarian. And that is true, Sergeant Blaine. I do believe Final Fantasy XIV is known to be particularly well made for controllers, but there is a limit to what you can optimize for controllers, right? Like, you can only do so much. How's things going with Smol Caetsu tonight? Well, we managed to both reach level 70 and get a full set of Poetics gear for level 70, so we're ready when we are going to do Stormblood raids and trials and stuff. And also, JL came up with this pun, I believe, of calling it the Scientist outfit. So, we're going with this for a bit. Right. So back on schedule, we were doing the job quest line. When I wish to walk under the stars, I go with my promised. When I wish to walk under the stars, I go with my promised to the Tazogare bridge spanning yon pier. The melting of crimson into indigo is a sight you will not soon forget. Oh. I have never played Final Fantasy XIV on a controller. I do believe when my brother was trying the game for the first time, we did like look into it a little bit. But I don't believe he actually ended up playing with a controller. But we looked a little bit into it because it might be interesting to like play a little bit with both so that you can switch as is convenient. But I've never been good with a controller in 3D games. Ah, such a beautiful night sky with a random, almost flying cruise spaceship blocking the view. This is the best part of this view, isn't it? To the tower. We could do that. I was thinking maybe do the job quest first, and then if we have time to spare, let's climb Kugane Tower. How does that sound? I see someone has taken my spot. I may just have to slit her throat and toss her body to the tide. What? I'm pulling your arm, Kaitsu. Or was it ear? You Westerners have such odd sayings. What brings you so far from home? A path fraught with disaster, misfortune, impending doom. Yes, well, the situation may not be as encouraging as my jovial demeanor suggests. It all began several decades ago when the Bakufu decided they were opening the port to foreign trade vessels. To accommodate the influx of ships, a section of ancient coastline forest was cleared. However, doing so angered the entity who had guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. A great battle ensued, but claws and fangs were no match for cold steel. Kinko was slain and the new port completed. The fox's spirit, however, remained, spoiling our milk, withering our crops, causing storms that dashed ship after ship against our rocky cliffs. In desperation, the Bakufu turned to the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather, Kazan. Kazan used the power of the sea, the skies, and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the city, but ensured that it would prosper. At once, the fortunes of Kugane's citizenry turned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero, and geomancy as the savior of our nation. Within a matter of moons, the streets were lined with the stalls and tents of would-be seers, the people practically throwing coin at them for their advice and blessings. These pretenders, these charlatans, were not interested in the sacred rites passed down to my great-grandfather from his great-grandfather and his great-grandfather before him. They were not interested in maintaining the barrier that preserved Kugane's luster and drove back the powers that would see it fall. No, they were more interested in lining their pockets. And now? Now the bonds that hold the barrier in place are about to break, and there's none left with the knowledge to mend them, the knowledge that died with the passing of my grandfather. And so I set out to convince the geomancers of Kugane that only united would we discover the means to save our fair city, that only united would we stave off the darkness and bring lasting prosperity to one and all, that only united would my great-grandfather's legacy live on. Alas, I failed, branded a deceiver by those very men and women who had grown fat on deceit. Unable to mend the bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action, I stood on this very breach and thought on an answer, and then I saw it in the setting sun. My answer lay in the west. And so I packed my bags and headed to Eorzea in search of something, anything that might help me save Kugane. I believed that something astrology, but before I could be certain, I was summoned home. This, you already know. Since then, I have been coming here every night, hoping the stars might provide me with another revelation, but they remain silent, Caetsu. The heavens speak through you. But they remain silent. Caetsu, the heavens speak through you. Tell me, what do they say? I can't see it. There's a huge ship in the way. I have no idea, man. Solve your own problems. What do they say? I don't know. Use astrology to restore the barrier, I think is good. That's brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Would you say the same if I said solve your own problems? If there was one thing that I learned while in Ishgard, it was that Western astrology is in many ways a complement to geomancy. Used together, they might just work. After all, you need only use your aspected benefic and you can mend any injury. Is that not so? I mean, with time. No, really, I'm genuinely asking. The lesson explaining the finer details of the star's power and how to harness it was conveniently scheduled for the day after I returned home. But you know it all. Tell me you can help repair the barrier? Sure. Aha! I did it, great-grandfather! I found a way to make things right. Well then, we have no time to lose. My great-grandfather created his barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water, and earth to 4 shrines located at the north, east, south, and west. My great-grandfather created his barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water, and earth. Just 3. To 4 shrines located at the north, east, south, and west ends of the city. It is there the bonds must be repaired. We shall begin with the nearby westerly shrine on the short pier. Speedrun pint. I don't think I would be able to outrun someone who has actually been actively trying to speedrun the thing, but I do think I'm pretty good at climbing the tower. Ow. 6 says, control I find so much easier for me to play skill speed based classes such as monk and play really quickly. Interesting. But that might also help, like, using controls that function better for the specific job. Jail says, I love the garish Guardian Theatre Academy in the middle of my lovely night sky. Yes, exactly. And Sergeant Blaine says, it's so weird, the Guardian embassy never changed in Kugane, even after Endwalker. And that is actually really true. It's really weird that there's a bunch of things in Final Fantasy XIV that are just like time capsules. I believe there's an NPC in I believe there's an NPC here, like blocking a gate here, and if you talk with them, they say something that amounts to, this housing area isn't available yet, so scram, commoner. Not exactly that, but something to that effect. Which is quite interesting after Endwalker. And that is also true. It's quite weird that it's every 4th generation. I guess that there's some specific reason for it. commoner. I'm the savior of the universe. Also, like, when you do job quest lines or something where you have to play a low-level job, like, you're getting ambushed by enemies, you're like, you know, I could just switch to my main and kill them real quick. It's fine. And they're like, the job trainer's like, no, you have to do it as an Astrologian, otherwise you'll never learn. I think we're in mortal peril. Are you sure about this? Don't question my methods. Now that explains the jail. It's just quite funny that he mentions 3 and then 4. I think that was what messed me up on the reading. Was that I was expecting it to be 3 things. It just turned into guys there.
Such devastation! This was not my intention.
Dressarian says, I have a friend that did a first-person Kogane run in about 1 minute 20. Then did the leap. That's insane. What was the speedrun record for the Kogane Tower? This is one of the shrines of which I spoke. It may not look like much, but if it were to be destroyed, the entire city would be overrun with the... What? Excuse me? The entire city would be overrun with large testicled raccoon dogs and flying rainbow cats. Or possibly just angry spirits. My plan is simple. If I'm correct, aspected benefic will intertwine with the barrier's geomantic energies, mending it as easily as it does flesh. We shall wait until nightfall to perform the rite. For the last thing we need is a drunken Ronin breaking your concentration. Oh, I have to leave the group. 38 seconds. Wow. Well, I could imagine, like, if you actually sat down and looked at the fastest speedrun, we might be able to tell how much optimization there's left to do. Like, the thing is, if you're already, like, to do it in 38 seconds, I could imagine that it would have to, like, be constantly running. If you're using, like, Peloton while doing that, then there might be very little left to, like, squeeze out of it. That's very interesting. I mean, maybe if they, like, if there's something that could somehow save you time with, like, a specific job action. Quickly, check the shrine and tell me its condition. It's very smoky. It's worse than I thought. The speed with which the bonds deteriorate increase with each passing day. At this rate, they will not survive through the next new moon. You... Patrick Brain says Pint made like an entire 25-minute long video about how he wanted to break the previous record. I do remember hearing about that. I didn't see it, but I did see the post, like the video be posted, and then I saw that like almost instantly there was like the person who had the previous record just came back from basically not having played, like having competed or speedrun it for ages, and just immediately beat Pint's record. Like, that is what I know. I just didn't actually watch them. So I believe I was busy with something else at that very moment. So I just saw the news and was like, huh, that's funny. But that is very funny. Like, it's particularly funny in light of going... So he made like a 25-minute video about this whole thing. Only for the original speedrun record holder just going wham and rebeating it. The best, I think, if you want me to see the record, like I would think just posting it in the general in general on the Discord would be best, but I will probably watch it off stream, like after the stream. I don't feel super well about reacting to people's content without their specific blessing and permission, and I haven't asked, so I wouldn't. But yeah, if you just post it in the general chat, I'll make sure to check it after the stream. A wee pool. Oh, there's more. Wait, where are we going? Kyoko, where are we going? I have no idea where we're going. We're just going forward or what? Oh, that's where we're going. I didn't realize the barriers were that close. You will never learn. Wink. 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 Can I... Nope. Oh, they are very squishy. I thought Earthly Star would actually have been helpful there. Imagine if you had giant dominion for them. Yeah, exactly. Just plop down the Earthly Star, pull them all in. That would probably have been plenty. As a matter of fact... I'm just going to run. It looks like I can actually kill them with just a combust now that I look at it. Why are you so weak? Sergeant Blaine says, don't you just love it? Love to be first place the entire PvP match? Like, very far ahead, and suddenly at the end you lose. I'm in Ice Middle 400 gear, yes, but we get synced down for this. Wait. Oh, right, there. I'm pretty sure we get synced down. But yes, that's our maximized, that is true. Basically maximized. Ghosts don't have a good con stat. Yeah, I do know that, Sergeant Blaine. It's actually quite funny, because what happens is... Wait. Is that if you're really far ahead, that lures both of the other teams to specifically attack your team, which can sometimes lead to this like kingmaker situation where they like inadvertently cause one of the other teams to win as a result of prioritizing your team that badly. It's not always best to actually be ahead because of that. Like, I many times had situations where like my team like got ahead quite significantly, so both the other teams attack my team, and while that is happening, one of them is just taking over the entire map. And while you're still getting like decimated by both of the teams, the team that is actually not winning is still attacking you and ignoring the fact that their teammate is winning behind their back. There's not much you can do about it. My best advice on that is that I generally don't go into frontline expecting to win. I just go in trying to have fun. And I, like, the reason why I can, like, I basically just play frontline and go, how many kills can I make? Like, can I get? How many assists can I get? How quickly can I get battle high 5? How much damage can I do? I don't actually care that much about the objective. But if I incidentally, if the objective is on the way, or we win as a result of me going for kills, great. But I'll prefer to just go full on damage. Welcome back, watch out. I believe you missed what could possibly be almost be like categorized as a small hype train, where both Siren and Emir gifted 5 memberships each, and then both Sip and Sergeant Blaine bought memberships as well. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It's funny that if you want the most damage, you want to be a healer on frontline. Yeah, exactly. You want to be a scholar, especially. A fine display. Fine indeed. Though, if it were I might have used gravity instead of malefic when the foul creature had. Oh, right. Why? It's an AoE spell. You goof. I'll just be staying that tongue of mine again. Good. Someone says off screen. Oh, I was told there were spirits in the streets. And you arrived just as they are vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, Master Murakumo, the bonds are mended, made whole with Western magics. And a little shoulder grease. Or was it knuckle grease, Kaitsu?
Western magics? Then this Ijin lady is...
Hey! None other. And wait until you see the reinforced bonds. The energies twist together with ours like sun and moon, like darkness and light. They are as one, Master.
And I was right to summon you home. Pardon my intrusion, traveler. I am Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan, and instructor to young Kyokuho.
But, with Kugane safe, I can now return to Ishgard to complete my training as an astrologian. Huzzah!
Absolutely not. While you have mended the weakened bonds for now, their ephemerality remains. Unless you expect your friend here to remain in Kugane for the remainder of her life, we will need to find a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew.
But you know as well as I, the secret to laying those bonds died with my grandfather.
Not a day goes by that I do not suffer the burden of my ineptitude, and I shown promise in the art as your grandfather did. Perhaps Kazan would have entrusted me with the knowledge as well. But he did not, and now that they are both gone, we can lament that which we cannot change. Or we can put aside our past failures and seek the path which leads us forward. My master's right. Perhaps there's something in my grandfather's tomes, or perhaps I may still find a way to win over the other geomancers to our cause. There's always hope, is there not? If anything, you've given us time to search for an answer, and for that I'm grateful. The city would be as well if they knew you had saved them from an army of angry wraiths looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones straight to the darkest of hells. In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past the simple one right before his eyes. It may take Kyoko time to realize it, but you are the hope which we seek. In time, you will come to see it as well. But rather than explain it to you, I'll just leave it, like, in the open, so you have to figure it out yourself.
Soup and homemade bread. I love soup. That sounds really nice. Now I want soup. Anyone else in the mood for soup? Can we send someone to the soup store? To look for, like, specifically go to the soup store and look for soup. Thank you, Gazo. That sounds nice, Sergeant Blaine. Nothing to apologize for, Watch Owl. Food is nice. Astro job quests are almost done, I see. Yeah, we're getting there slowly.
So I guess this is farewell. Unless... That is, you're staying. You're staying? She's staying! Master, she's staying! What changed your mind? No, don't tell me. Knowing you will be here with me and Master Murakumo is enough. I was beginning to worry what I would do the next time the city was invaded by Kinko's minions. The Master can barely make his way out of the privy each morning, let alone battle bloodlusting specters. Now that you mention it, this all reminds me of that reading Lady Leveva conducted the morning I arrived at the observatory. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding their way to... What? Huh? Could the stars truly have predicted all this? If so, I'm impressed. I'll need to think more on the issue. Until then, might I suggest you continue the refinement of your art here in scenic Hingashi? You will find our beasts just as formidable as yours in the west, if not doubly so. I'm gonna go to the clothes store to buy soup. I'm at soup. It's the reverse. I'm sorry, the soup store now only sells clothes. Oh no. They changed their selection at the wrong time. Sergeant Bain also said, I love one of the tribe quests in Endwalker where you just walk up to an NPC and go, your god has come. Wait, which one? Is it the bunnies? Akazadara. Oh yeah, right! Right! Now I remember that weird quest. How very glib. Sergeant Blaine says... Tristan says, I just had pasta pesto. That also sounds nice. So my tummy is too full for soup. Well, that also sounds nice. Blaine says, is it only me? But the MSQ in Final Fantasy XIV is the only game that has made me go, what does that word mean? Because there's so many words I never heard of in dialogue. That is actually not too weird, honestly. There's a lot of weird words they use. I think the most confusing thing that you just kind of have to get used to is that for some reason in Eorzea, please is not a word. We use pray around here. If I remember correctly, JL, the sequence of how that went is that at some point they made the MSQ roulette no longer skippable, but the how very glib thing stayed for some reason, even though they removed your ability to choose. He just said do you believe in Eorzea or something like that, and then you just kind of look at him. And then he's like, how very glib. And then when they reworked the encounter to be 4-man, I'm pretty sure that's when they removed the how very glib line. I think. I don't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure that how very glib is like a surprisingly recent removal. Which doesn't make it hurt any less. Removing glib sent me into my Joker arc. Can I pray have the apples? Oh, it was actually removed even later, so it was made into 4-man and then they just randomly removed it later. Strange. Pray return, pray return to the Praetorium. I have some good news and some bad news, Kaitsu. The bad news is a 37th reading of my great-grandfather's tomes failed to reveal anything about the bonds that the previous 36 readings had not. The good news, if you can call it that, is that we did discover where Grandmaster Kazan conducted his training when he was a youth. How does this help us? Good question. I'm still not completely certain myself, but it is more than we had the last time you were here. Ignoring the fact that you never left. And an ounce of hope is better than none at all. So, what do you say, friend? Are you up for a journey across the Ruby Sea? Aha! I knew you couldn't turn me down. Still, the road ahead won't be easy. Yangsha is large and the scars of war run deep along the Gensui chain. It may be that that which might have helped has already been claimed by Flame. We'll have to place faith in our fortunes and hope they guide us through. I've decided we shall begin our search in Namai for the reason that... Well, there is no reason, but you have to start somewhere, eh? I shall meet you there. Safe journeys, Kaitsu. Chocoho is so strange, but very honest in a way. Also, congratulations with the 1-hour arbitration, Angel. I don't think I actually remember if I know what that is, but still, congratulations. I'm guessing it was difficult, or in a way, if it since it sounds like you're very proud of it, so I'm celebrating it with you. Nice. We can't be glib anymore. No more glib. The air is heavy with mist, and these shacks probably let in more rain than they keep out. Something like a tome wouldn't survive a single moon here, let alone the decades since my great-grandfather's training. Still, a few words with the village elders provided an interesting bit of information. Though it required some coaxing, several were able to recall memories of robed seers who resided in a nearby temple, a temple that was in use right up until the Gallian invasion and the subsequent banning of all religion. The building called the Swallow's Compass, that's a dungeon, while since abandoned, still remains in good repair. But listen to this. The locals avoid it for fear of disturbing the spirits with which they believe the geomancers communed. Do you know what this means? There could still be something left inside. I know there's something left inside. Come, because there's an entire dungeon there. It was difficult because my friend who had HP buffs and such flopped.
Tell me, do you believe in Eosia? How very glib.
I did Swallow's Compass many times because, back when I originally started on the game, that time period was also, a period where Swallow's Compass was, in the expert roulette at the time, or equivalent, you know what I mean. So I did it very often. I also did the Drowned City of Scala a huge amount because of that. The Swallow's Compass, built during the rule of the first Doman King. I took the liberty to explore the grounds before you arrived and discovered this door. I know. It pales in comparison to that impressive gate behind us, compelling any normal thief or bandit to dismiss it outright. But then why erect a geomantic field to protect it? I sense the flow of powerful energies here. Whatever lies behind this door, the geomancers wanted to keep it safe. In fact, There may even be traps, which is why only I should attempt a crossing of the threshold. I mean, who knows what terrible guardians have been summoned to protect the temple? I kinda know. Bruh. One of the reasons a lot of players have done Drowned City of Scala a lot of times is because the armor sets from Drowned City of Scala look very very unique. If I remember correctly, they actually, I believe it was something like, I believe the mage outfit was like a contest winner or something like that, and then the development team made like outfits that like were supposed to like be similar in style for all the other roles, and they're very popular. In fact, so popular that I believe the level 84 armor sets in Endwalker, like the crafted ones, are recolors of the exact same sets. So nowadays you would have no reason to do the Drowned City of Scala for that, because you can just buy the crafted set. But if you want to have access to them at level 70... Emir says, what frame do you main, Angel? Is it Necros? Is that why you were doing Necros? Was your friend the Necros? Well, I guess now we know what terrible guardians were summoned to protect the temple. You'll also be happy to hear I was able to temporarily nullify the barrier, granting access into the chamber beyond. As there may be more traps, I ask that you wait out here to deal with them for me. Just kidding. I've already checked. There are no more traps. Probably. Fortune is with us, Caetsu. The scrolls were intact, the barrier having protected them from both the elements and thieves. It took some searching, but I believe I was able to locate several that touch upon the laying of geomantic bonds. At least, I think I was able to. The script on these scrolls is old and faded, not to mention written in a hand far beyond my comprehension. Luckily, Master Murakumo is almost as ancient as the tomes. Rude. And should have little difficulty prizing out their secrets. A decanter or 6 of hot sake, and he'll warm to the task. I'll see you back at the Ishiukaze Hostel, Rikatsu. I'll even save you a cup. Of sake? Do you see how tall I am? Are you sure? Back, I think I've actually said this multiple times, but back when I played Warframe, my most used frame by like a significant margin, like again, I would often switch frame based on on the situation. Like, if it was a defense where you defended like a still object, then I would often use like Frost Prime or something like that to make it if I was really lazy. Or I would use Valburn if it was like a moving target you had to protect. So you could just stasis everything. And I would often use Limbo for stealth missions. Especially the Corpus ones. Or the Ranger one, what was it called? Ivara or something like that, I think. Which had like a superior stealth in a way I would use if I was like being a little lazy. But like I would like switch up what I was using depending on what was necessary. But if there was nothing that had like a particular advantage, I would usually default to Trinity Prime. And I had a Trinity Prime in a color scheme that looked like an ambulance, like in white and red. And I used a like more like buff-centric build that both boosted the power and the duration of the link and the heal.
so that I was nearly unkillable by like regular stuff. Despite Trinity Prime not exactly being known to being tanky. But that was necessary because I can't aim. So I had to use melee attacks. Exactly, Shiro. That was the reason why I used Ivada, was because with that augment, you basically had both the stealth capabilities of Loki, right? And the laser ignoring capacity of Limbo. So Ivara was just like super good at doing stealth missions regardless of who you were infiltrating, whereas Limbo and Loki were a little bit more like context specific, you could say. Exactly. Well, I said stealth missions, but yeah, spy missions.
Kyoko, the Westerner has joined us. Might I suggest you do the same?
Oh, my apologies, Kaitsu. You may want to sit down for this. Or not. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters, does it? The scrolls, they contained knowledge of the complete ritual. In fact, it was in the very first one. Just our luck, right? Wind, water, earth. Creation of the bonds calls for the energies of all three. Though this much even a first-year novice of geomancy could tell you. No, what gave us pause was the mention of a fourth energy, an energy to render the seal permanent.
Kyoko.
Life. Don't you see, Kaitsu? They spilled living blood to complete the ritual. They damned a soul to an eternity without peace, so that their magics would not fade.
I now understand why Grandmaster Kazan left no notes on the rites. He did not wish this knowledge to fall in the wrong hands.
And because he never performed the rites himself, the bonds anchoring the barrier around Kugane were never completed. And that is why they require constant attention. No blood was spilled to make them everlasting. My great-grandfather would not sacrifice even a single life to achieve his ends, and neither will I.
That's enough, Kyoko. There will be time to think on this with the morrow. Return to Kuganadori and see if you can find some solace in sleep.
Huh?
What? Everything changed when the Life Nation attacked. Ow. That's pretty funny, Shiro. 15,267% accuracy. That is very helpful when you can just guide an arrow to hit through multiple enemies per shot. With Trinity Prime, I basically used the... I used whichever melee weapon I was in the mood for, but I played, like, my final hurrah, you could say, the time where I played the most was back when combos and slide attack was completely broken. Like, completely broken because of the, I think it was called Maiming Strike or something like that, a mod that just gave you slide attacks plus 90% crit chance or something like that. And then I used, like, one of those whips with the reach, with the primed reach, so that I could just do slide attacks and then just delete an entire room. It's quite silly. Yeah, exactly, the slide attack Adarax build, exactly, that's the one. I also used a lot of other weapons just for the fun of it. Like, I like to use Sindo Prime. I like to use the katanas just for the creativity in them. I specifically remembered Sindo Prime, because I like the huge axe. It's meme strike. But yeah, that's basically what I did. It's completely busted, and then I included the Vacor Maralock and a
Oh, what was it called? That automatic rifle that had like 200 shots per magazine? I just had a fast and a slow weapon. And then a melee weapon. Sometimes, yeah, exactly, Soma Prime. I also had, I believe they were called Hiko Prime, like shurikens. And I just made a build with a ridiculous amount of ammo capacity and like firing speed or whatever have you. And then the concealed explosives mod, so that you could throw bombs, basically. The trick was that you could actually hit things through walls by using Trinity's linking to something and then throwing bombs down in the ground so that they hurt you, so you could hurt enemies through walls. It's quite funny. Because it usually hurt the enemies more than it hurt you. Exactly, Soma Prime. I failed, just as did my great-grandfather, and my grandfather after him. We all knew the one means of creating a flawless barrier, and none of us could bring ourselves to do it. Lo, the bonds we fortified but several nights past, already have they begun to loosen and fray. They were weak for overlong, allowing Kinko to regain her strength, to mend her wounds, to feed her anger. Now there's naught we can do but watch as she gathers her minions for a final assault on the land she once ruled. Kugane does not stand a chance. Now would be a good time for us to stumble across that hope Lady Leveva's reading promised. Would be at the end of this road to destruction. Oh, yeah, Shiro, it was the same. It's just that I used Hiko Prime with concealed explosives. Specifically because that was, I believe it was a fixed 500 damage or something ridiculous like that. When it procced. So it was like the same idea. It was just that I used Hiko Prime because I believe they had the highest magazine count or something like that. And highest firing rate. But it was generally not necessary. I mainly used it as like a debugging trick because back then I sometimes was like we ended up in missions where enemies would get stuck in walls as they spawned. So sometimes you could do it to like fix a map where it might have been borked otherwise. That was mainly how I used it. Kaetsu, thank the stars you're finally here. It's been almost 4 bells since Master Murakumo left on his daily inspection of the bonds. He most likely just stopped to warm his belly along the way, but I can't help wondering if it's something worse. Will you help me search for the old man? We can start at the closest shrine in Rakosui Gardens. Rakosui. There's actually something that I would want to address with that. JL says, I kind of like Warframe, but my build's always so bad. Something that I think is an unfortunate reality of a game like Warframe that gives you so much freedom to customize is that either the game does not account for that so that bad builds can participate, but then if you know how to make a good build, then everything is just Lamau easy mode, right? Or you cater to the fact that content will eventually require you to have really good overpowered builds, meaning that people that don't know how to make those overpowered builds or can't make them for some reason just get left in the dust. And the problem is you can't do both. You can't do both. It's the same problem Final Fantasy XIV has. You can't make the main quest easy and hard at the same time. You can't. You could make like a separate hard version, but right now, one of the problems some people complain about at times, like mainly really, really good players, is that the MSQ is not very difficult. But to cater to that, you would have to make it too hard for the very, very casual players, right? So the only middle ground is to have optional content be really hard, right? Sergeant Blaine says the most important is for players to be eased into the harder content stuff and given guidance to understand how to engage in complicated systems. That's true, and that is a very good point. I don't have anything to say on that. That is just correct. That would be a way to go about it. Make sure that the players understand. Like, that the players understand how to engage in the harder content so that they don't end up at a massive disadvantage. Well, any sign of him? I don't know, man. You got here first. Where could he be? You don't suppose he tried anything foolish, do you? With the bonds as weak as they are, any man of disturbance could rouse the golden fox, and the master is no longer of an age to defend himself. Defend himself against what? A maid could walk the streets naked and unattended, carrying a gold-filled sack, and not have so much as a finger laid upon her. Oh, are you spreading more lies about angry spirits to sow fear, so that you might offer your protection in exchange for Bugio's ransom? I've done no such thing. I've merely bid my fellow geomancers aid the city in its time of need. Not once have I asked for compensation for what I seek. If anything, it is you who seek to prey on the citizenry's ignorance. Ha! So says the talentless hack who waves his great-grandfather's name around like he does his member. What? Your lies are growing stale, Kyokuho. Continue spouting them, and not only do you sully our craft, but the very legacy of Grandmaster Kazan. What would he say to this nonsense? Are you even listening to me? Why does no one listen to me? All I desire is to mend my great-grandfather's magics and save Kugane. I do not seek coin. I do not seek fame. Why is that so hard for you to grasp? We are wasting our time here, Kaitsu. Let us continue the search for Master Murakuma at the Westerly Shrine. You looked at the floor right next to him and he asks, any sign of him? Ah, yes indeed. This floor is definitely made of Murakumo. Mm-hmm. And that's true, Angel. We've done Final Fantasy XIV gameplay and World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2 game discussions. We've discussed a lot of games on these streams. Yeah, I know, it's an absolute shock that I've played other games, right? Nani? Garden Warfare. Huh. I suppose. Is that a game? Isn't that like Plants vs. Zombies? Master Murakumo, are you hurt?
The bond was nearly undone. I tried to, but the... Kinko, she's here. She's already through. We need to perform the blood ritual. It is the only way.
No, I already told you. My great-grandfather spurned the spilling of innocent blood to complete the seal, and so have I. Besides, even if we were to conduct the ritual, there's no one to sacrifice.
Then I shall be the sacrifice, Kyoko. For the many years since your grandfather passed, my sole purpose has been to find a means to mend Kazan's barrier. It would be the greatest honor knowing that with my death, I might not only save the city, but be granted the opportunity to watch over it for eternity.
No, I can't let you die, Master.
I want you to do it. Listen to what you're saying, Kyoko. You cannot let me die. I want to do this. It is my decision to make and mine alone. Let not this selfishness in your heart distract you from what needs to be done.
You're wrong, Master. There must be another way. There's always another way. There's always hope. Right, Kaitsu? Tell me, how do we save Kugane? It's simple. Sacrifice Master Murakumo. Nice. I don't want to say that. I want to just stick to astrology. I just love that you can just go, no, you idiot. Your master's right. Thank you for tuning in, Emir. Thank you so much. And have a wonderful evening. Astarion approves. Exactly. Oh. Have you no loyalty to Yoshi P? It's simple. Use astrology. To sacrifice Master Murakumo. Stop focusing on the bonds and look to the fox. What do you mean, Caetsu? What she means? Wolf's Den Pierre! Come on. Come on down. I'll tell you exactly what she means. Lady Leveva, how did you... where did you... Why did you... Lady Leveva? Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me, Kyokuho. Aye, it is me, in the flesh. I don't look at you, I look at the Lalafell. Fresh off a galley, put into port this very morn. The symposium was a rousing success. The vault quick to realize the benefits my school's wisdom could bring when applied to the rebuilding of Ishgard. It was even decided that several new courses in Charlene astrology were to be taught at the Scholasticate starting next term. And so, with my father's dream fulfilled, I was finally free to pursue whatever I wished, and I wished to learn more of geomancy. So here I am, and not a moment too soon by the looks of it. In the few bills I spent exploring the city for leads as to your whereabouts, I learned much and more about our pretender and his end is nigh advocacy, so I began testing the bonds of this barrier myself. It did not take long to realize that it was Kyokuho who was speaking verily, and his detractors the true pretenders. So, you'll help us mend the bonds? But how? Caetsu and I have already tried using energies drawn from the heavens, and that only worked to delay the inevitable. The Guardian Spirit's strength has grown so great that the only thing that might hold her now is a new barrier anchored with bonds of lifeblood. But this I cannot allow. As always, Kyokuho, your hasty charge into a difficult answer blinds you from this simple solution. You were right to harness the power of aspected benefic, but you failed to grasp its true potential to bring succor. For so long, you've focused on mending your great-grandfather's bonds, when you should have focused on Kinko herself. If her wrath can be quelled, then a barrier will no longer be needed. So, you're saying that if we use the power of the stars to soothe Kinko's wounded heart, we may convince her to stay her attack? Giving you time to relay your great-grandfather's bloodless bonds? Giving you time to relay your great-grandfather's bloodless bonds, but it will only work if Kinko is weak and the manifestations of her soul's scars cleansed. Right, so we only need to... Wait. Won't attacking Kinko and her spiritual minions simply anger her even more? Before something can be healed, it must first be hurt. It is a sound plan, Kyokuho, and if it turns out you still require sacrifice, There will be no sacrificing tonight, tomorrow, or ever. The stars have foretold our victory and will provide us the strength we need to see our enemy overcome. Oh yeah? That's what I like to hear. Follow me then to Kugane Castle. The spirits are certain to be drawn there. New plan, kill the fox! I am actually surprised that it took this long to go, wait a minute. Why don't we just confront Kinko? It would have been better if she said, there will be no sacrificing tonight. But tomorrow's fine. I'll schedule it. The final showdown. This is the ultimate showdown. Oh, JL is because she's a spooky spirit now. Attacking us from the afterlife. Ooh. Bring soccer, but you're on Astrologian. I guess we'll have to use aspected Helios instead. Uh-oh. Weird how the spirits only come out to fight when we're in a solo duty. The very hells have opened? Who will save us? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you kinda deserve it, don't you? Look! Big! Tenkanto. We just walked up all those steps for a final showdown at Kogani Castle, and now we have to walk all the way back down to Right. Mouth shut. Look, it's a Fenrir reskin! Yeah. Kinko will seek to draw our attention away from her by sowing chaos in the streets. Kyokoho, you focus your energies on the fox. Katsu, you make swift work of her angry supplicants. I shall provide you both with support from the rear. Now that's a weird quest. We have 3 healers. So who's the tank? And what's the mage? I don't know, it's the priest. The Geomancer's the tank, you're the DPS. Ah, of course. It's an angry spirit. He's angry. Actually, the general public is your tanks. Oh yeah, you're right. Weird. I use random commoner in defense position. Wriggling meat shield time. What's with that void sent portal? Fury of the Golden Fox? Not really that convinced on the golden part. Draw! Monster Cado! It even uses the same tank buster as Fenrir. Strange. I wonder if this will work. It did! Excellent! Now that's effective. Shoo. You only get one shot. Hello? Oh. You were supposed to use aspect benefic after we said to do it, not before. Does anything pop up in your mind as the hardest solo instance duty? I'll get back to you on that. Kinko's calmed. Now lay the bonds and complete your great-grandfather's ritual. May the rivers of heaven and earth, wind and water, flow together as one. May their currents cleanse this land of its impurities and see it ever guarded. Bloop. May the wrath that once held rule be carried to the seas, where it be forgotten for eternity. It is done. Together we have saved Kugane, and with it torn down the walls that separated our two schools. This will be a day long remembered, the day a new hope was born, and a hope for Geomancer being an actual class was attempted to be assassinated, because we're trying to tell you, it's just Astrologian. I think the level 60 Red Mage solo duty was really hard, personally, I remember. But the thing is, I did it, like, the way that it went down for me is that I tried to do it in, like, Heaven's Ward gear, right? And was overwhelmed because I was undergeared. Then I basically, and remember, this is years ago, back when I was still completely new to the game, I just went to the market board and bought like full 255 gear and then went over and did it first try. So I feel like the thing that makes the Red Mage 60 and perhaps the Samurai 60 solo duty very hard or feel almost impossible is possibly a similar reasoning as to some of the dungeons that I ranked high in the difficult wall-to-wall pulls video. That many of them were really, really hard because it was likely that some people in your team were undergeared severely. But if we don't count job quest solo duties, I would actually say that the final solo duty before Endwalker, the NPC one specifically, I know a lot of people actually found difficult. I believe it's called In From the Snow, something. The legendarily difficult one from Endwalker Garlemald, I would also say would rank really high. In From the Cold, right. And I would also say, I think the new Cape Westwind, like, solo duty is actually a little hard. I don't know if it's as hard as it seemed, but it seemed challenging.
I also thought that it was really mean the first time I did In From the Cold, that like I was busy being emotional about the beauty of the situation and the cutscene, and then we get pulled away like that. Like I had to wipe away my tears to focus, and also deal with the weird feeling of your character just being taken away from you like that easily. I found that quest very, very disturbing, just in general. I also did it first try. But it's not easy, I don't think. It feels very awkward and confusing and very stressful to do. It was a very, it's a very well-made quest. But it is also very hard by that design. And Cape Westwind could also heavily depend on what job you do it as. The only time I've done it has been as Dragoon, and given that you're quite limited on your healing options, you can feel like you can get like loose over time.
I don't know how to begin to thank you, both of you. Normally, I would say that this uncharacteristic display of humility is more than enough thanks, but I still require one thing in return for my assistance. A promise that this is not the end.
Of course it's not the end. This is just the beginning. A new beginning for both geomancy and astrology. There's so much to be done. First, we'll need to write down all that happened here today. Then I'll need to... Oh right, we didn't write Leveva any reports. So this is Kugane, eh? Not bad.
Janequinard, what in the seven heavens name are you doing here? I explicitly stated in my letter that you were not to follow me.
Lady Leveva, I'm disappointed. You, of all people, should know. Had you wanted me to stay put, you should have rather demanded that I come.
Yes, yes. Whatever was I thinking?
What do you mean, kid? So we always have 6-hour streams on Saturdays.
May I say that I'm honored to have before me the foremost authorities on astrology. Your display last night taught me there is still much I must learn about my own school. Something I would not have been able to had I allowed myself to be sacrificed.
Kyokuho, I wanted to apologize. There, I said it. I still despise you and that smirk of yours, but I can see I was mistaken about your being a pretender. You have talent, almost as much as I. You will make a worthy rival. Huh. Coming from you, Udoku, I'll take that as a compliment. Lady Leveva, under any other circumstances, I would be on a bark headed back to Eorzea this very evening to complete my training as an astrologian, but there's something I need to do first. Just as you fought to educate Ishgard of your school, I must do the same here in Kugane with mine. A geomancy unfaithful to the teachings of the masters has poisoned this city for too long. A wise decision, one that was surely not easy for you to make. Take as much time as you need, Kyokuho. See the ship righted. See truth prevail. The stars will guide you back to us when the hour's right.
Don't you worry, Lady Leveva. Give me a few summers, and I'll have an entire army of geomancers training by yours truly lining up at your desk.
An entire army of Kyokuhos?
What? Is that a problem? See, Jail says, I was in full tome gear for the level 60 Black Mage one. I had to put it to very easy. You know, something that I remember I found extremely helpful in most of the Black Mage solo duties was sleep. Like, throw thunder on something and just sleep them, and just deal with something else. Otherwise you'll get overwhelmed. There's a final quest with Janequinard
I mean, we can do that later. What we need to do now is climb this tower. Ui. I can't guarantee that I'll actually get it fully climbed, but I'll give it a go. Ooh. That almost went very wrong. Whoop. Look. Oi. That's a little awkward. I didn't think that would work. I thought I was going to fall there. No! Ow. Wait, can we recover from here? Nope. Wait, where am I? Thank you, Watch Owl, and thank you for coming back. Hope to see you again soon. It's really awkward here because you can barely see what you're doing in that specific jump. Exactly the same spot again. Well, another attempt to see if we can recover from here. Maybe, maybe. Maybe. Bruh. This is hard. It's been a long time since I've climbed this tower. There was a time where I could actually climb it quite quickly. Not the speedrunner speed, but like in short matter of time. Gazel says Pine said that Legacy works better for climbing the tower in his video. See, the thing is, we talked about this earlier in this stream. It's like personal feeling thing. As long as I'm walking sideways and not backwards, it makes no difference. But we actually specifically talked about that earlier. Like, if you like to also control running backwards, like towards the camera, then that's a different story. But if you're used to using Legacy control, like Legacy setup, then it'll be easier to do it with Legacy, in my opinion. But I specifically make use of being able to like micro adjust by backstepping instead. So that would be, it wouldn't help me for seeing where to jump next easily. That's why I'm strafing. That's exactly why I'm strafing. Like that's why I'm not walking forward. Yeah, basically, as long as you're not backpedaling, like as long as this animation isn't playing, you're going equally fast in all directions. It's just backpedaling that is weirdly slower. So as long as I'm running sideways towards where I need to go, then I'm basically working with the same like options as legacy controls would. So I just prefer to do it on standard, so I do that. More progress. Think it's like this? Here's a story before I jump. When I first did this, it took like an hour for me to actually climb it. And over half of that time was me getting to here, failing the jump to this, and then climbing back up again, failing the jump to this, repeatedly, over and over and over again. That was like half of my prog time, but I did it in like an hour. There you go. Yeah, it's just funny that you mentioned legacy that we got on the subject of legacy versus standard controls again when we talked about it earlier. But it is genuinely like legacy controls don't give like some magical hyper advantage unless you specifically start to like run towards the camera. And I don't do that. Like, I specifically face the camera from the side I wouldn't want to run towards. And use backpedaling to micro-adjust. Like, as you saw, I actually specifically backpedaled carefully off a ledge, so I didn't fall off it. Which meant that I didn't have to use walk. So, yeah. Both work. But still, thank you for the suggestion, guys. I still appreciate the intent that you wanted to help. Thank you. And thank you, Aradel. When we getting jump puzzles and Savage. Could you imagine a Savage boss fight with a jumping puzzle in the middle?
Oh man. Oh man. You have an enrage timer over your head. You have your DPS rotation to worry about. And now you have to do a jumping puzzle. Hey, Sokap. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, from Don Meg. Coil is looking at you. Was there a jumping puzzle in Coils of... Oh, right. On Nail, right? There was like something you could climb, at least back in 1.0? Oh, I already literally said that. In the 1.0 fight against Nail, you had to run on circular sets of stairs to avoid certain attacks and kill the meteors before they touch the ground. I've seen footage of that, and it looks really cool. And it's something that I think about a little bit whenever I jokingly point to the fact that most most raid encounters and dungeon encounters, like boss fights, tend to happen in flat, circular, or square arenas. I think about that one with the vertical movement and such. Now within 38 seconds, that's not happening. I have not seen the Pint video. I mentioned earlier that I did see and acknowledge the existence of the Pint video, but I was too busy to watch it at the time. And then, before I ever got time to watch it, I saw that the original speedrun record holder had beaten Pint's record. Yeah, no, I can't do it within 38 seconds. Now that's a good one, Gazel. Back in the days, we had not just stand and let it resolve. We could parkour mid-fight? Mechanics? I still find it really funny, that stand and let it resolve thing. Like... I don't know if I managed to say that Thursday, but in that video, the example of a different mechanic being Maiden of Virtue, I think was the name, where you jump into the hole. Meanwhile, the most interesting mechanics in that fight can be boiled down to stand and let it resolve. I just thought that was so funny. Like, you're highlighting something that specifically isn't stand and let it resolve, but it's not actually as interesting as stand and let it resolve. Oh man. And I played that boss, so I know. I can't believe that all Final Fantasy XIV boss designs bring boss HP to 0. It's just so uninspiring. Yeah, exactly, Blaine. Precisely. Final Fantasy XIV fights are just don't press the wrong button. Exactly. Just don't attack the wrong thing, Lamau. Oh yeah, that's true! JL said, wait, no, Thornton in DSR, you actually have to let live on the first run around before the time warp. That's true. That is true. It's just hilarious because stand and that thing resolve is so deconstructive that anything applies to that. Technically, jumping into a hole to resolve a mechanic is also stand and that thing resolve. You're just standing in the hole. Or you attempt to stand in the hole and then get yeeted out of it. Exactly, it's massively reductive of the design. It's so reductive that almost any mechanic can be described as stand and let it resolve. It's just that if you just don't for the mechanics that you think are exceptions, then you have exceptions. It's pretty smart, isn't it? Just don't deconstruct the exceptions.
I just think it's so funny. It's so funny in retrospect. Stand and let it resolve. I did watch all 3 parts. Specifically, I watched Zeno's reactions to them. What do you think of the cat moms? I mean, I typically just refer... Like, here's the thing. What do you mean cat moms? When I think of how... Like, if I'm making a guide for a beginner, I don't try to envision what a beginner is. I sometimes try to think, what would it take for my mom to understand this? Like, how low, like how basic should we go? It's not that my mom wouldn't understand it, it's she has never played this game and does not get it. So, like, I actually consider completely new players in terms of skill level. I kind of assumed the cat moms thing was like the people that just make oh right, sorry, I misunderstood. Sorry. For some reason, when I thought cat moms, I assumed it was like, you know, the people that are just playing Final Fantasy XIV to look cute. So they're not very skilled at the game at all. So that's why I made that connection. But now I get it. Blaine says, he said cat moms that cry because of a few pixels said something sad. Now, I actually can comment on that because that... what was his name? Lynx? Was that the name? He said he was a story skipper. So actually, my opinion on that is if you're a story skipper, you automatically relinquish all your say on the matter of the story. Just entirely. By skipping it, you don't get to comment on it. You don't get to say that it's bad because you didn't watch it. So he admitted that he was a story skipper. Hence, I don't care what he says. His opinion on the story is irrelevant because he didn't watch it. Like, that's the thing. My opinion is you're welcome to skip the story. If you don't like the story, skip it. If you enjoy other aspects of the game, enjoy that. But you don't get to comment on the story you didn't watch. Gazel says he started off his video with being a story skipper and continued with Final Fantasy XIV is boring and not enough content. Forgetting that the primary meat of Final Fantasy XIV is the story. Also, hey Sai and hey Agibuster. Hope you're both doing well. I do agree on that one, Blaine. Siren, if you are to watch it, I do think that Zeno's perspective does help a lot, because if I had just watched the original, that would be very painful. Because every time something is said that you'd be like, oh, I can't watch this, Zeno pauses it and like evens it out with reason. So I do recommend that as well. Although that he does turn I believe it's a 15-minute video into like an hour, almost an hour and a half. But I do think that it is almost necessary to like space it out like that. Who's this game made for anymore? Well, that was also an interesting way.
The who is this game made for anymore was like, yeah, it's made for all people except Lynx. Well, I don't know about that. You might not be like, not everyone is the target audience for Final Fantasy XIV. If you don't like the art style of the game, you might not be able to enjoy the rest of it. If you don't enjoy the story of the game, you might be able to enjoy the rest of it. But if you don't enjoy the boss fights of the game, it is going to be very difficult to enjoy the rest of the game. And if you don't enjoy how the jobs work in the game, you're probably not going to enjoy the boss fights either. Because the thing is, a boss fight, I think Xeno actually came in on this particular subject as well, but a boss fight is like made up of, like, the experience of a boss fight is both the fight itself and also your topping being what job you choose to approach it from, right? So if you don't like any of the toppings, then I really hope you enjoy the main course itself, without given that you have to choose a topping that you will hate. On the other hand, it doesn't matter what the topping is if you don't enjoy the main course itself, right? So if you don't like the fights, then you probably won't enjoy the jobs. And if you don't enjoy the jobs, you probably won't enjoy the fights, because the experience is the combination. So that's difficult. I have had when I started the game started on the game in Stormblood, I felt like jobs had more options, right? More options. Now, I've talked about this before, but something that has made a lot of jobs easier in Final Fantasy XIV is specifically that a lot of things that have been removed in Final Fantasy XIV is the ability to choose wrong. Don't know, I might have to elaborate on that, but in Stormblood, scholars had two distinctly different pets. One who was better at AoE healing because it had Whispering Dawn, for example, and two abilities that basically did the combination of what Fey Illumination does now. And then one, Celine, who had more specific things, an AoE Isuna, an Interrupt, although it was a 1-second silence then, and an ability that buffed someone to have slightly reduced GCD, which nowadays I don't think that would go down well. But the thing is, if you needed Whispering Dawn, then bringing Celine was the wrong choice. If you didn't need Whispering Dawn, then bringing Eos was the wrong choice, which meant that people could have opinions about what was right for you, even if they weren't playing Scholar. Like, the DPS that would actually want that speed buff would have a very clear opinion on whether you should use Celine or not, and the answer was always yes. Don't care that you'll be missing Whispering Dawn. I need my speed buff. It's a DPS game. This is meaning that there was a wrong choice. They removed the choice, which some people felt like you were taking choice away, but ultimately there was always a right choice, and sometimes you weren't allowed to make the choice for yourself. There was a right choice, and either you chose it or you didn't. Which means that there wasn't an option. It was just that in some fights Scholar play in one way, and other fights Scholar play in a different way. It's the same with the tank stances. Either your team knows how to handle their enmity, in which case you can use the DPS stance, or they don't know how to manage enmity, in which case you use the tank stance. It's not an option. It's just there's a right and a wrong, and if you don't know what the right is beforehand, then you chose wrong. And that doesn't add any fun. It doesn't add any skill. It just means that it adds some prior knowledge that you're just supposed to know, sometimes without you being able to know. So it doesn't add anything, really, at the end of the day. Like, having an extra weapon combo that does more enmity is interesting, but you basically would use it at most, like, optimally you use it once at the top of a fight, and hopefully you won't need to use it again. Otherwise, it's the wrong choice. So you had like 3 weapon skills dedicated to something you would use maybe once per fight. That's not interesting. So many jobs lost a massive amount of buttons because many of these buttons were simply the wrong choice sometimes. So instead of giving you the ability to guess wrong, they just made you only have the right choice, which unfortunately also means that some jobs are really bland at times as a result. So that's the thing. That's why it's not that bad. Like, I started like going, I feel like as things get simpler and simpler, it feels like we're getting things taken away from us. Ultimately, I feel like it would be nice if we don't have the 2-minute burst meta, because I think it would lead to more creative and more unique and more different jobs. But it's fine as we have it now. I would just think I would like it better if we didn't have 2-minute burst meta. See, Blaine says boss fights are more than just what class or what the fight is like. To me, the music, the design of the atmosphere, and the story around the boss and the encounter is also important. You're right, but the thing is, if you don't like the job you're playing, and you don't like any of the jobs, or you don't like the boss fight itself, then the music being really nice isn't going to change that. The story implications of the fight isn't going to change that. The cool design of the boss isn't going to change that if you ultimately feel like the kind is kinda meh. It would at best make it more bearable. That's fair. And you're probably right. But my point is exactly that. Of all the things, probably enjoying the actual combat in the game, whether it is through the jobs or through the bosses, is probably crucial to enjoying the game. But it's the same. I also talked about Astrologian lost a lot of choices. But ultimately, most of the choices they had were a lot of wrong choices, or situations where you didn't have a right choice because the game just screwed you in terms of luck. It just gave you the bad card repeatedly. Nothing you can do about that. So they removed that aspect. Nowadays, Astrologian has a chance to be unlucky, but when they're unlucky, it doesn't hurt that much. You still can choose wrong, but choosing wrong, again, doesn't hurt that much. And harder jobs, I feel like, are generally signified by having more wrong choices. Monk and Black Mage are very clear examples of that. Monk has a lot more choices in every GCD than most other melee DPS jobs, given that you technically have 3 options in every combo step, where most other melee DPS don't really have a choice. It's like a set sequence, or it doesn't matter. Black Mage has all of those transpose lines you can do, and technically you could argue that that is not choosing wrong to not use them. It's more that there's like a sliding scale of how right you are. You can choose something that is more right. Monk can dragon kick, Black Mage can ice mage. Indeed. Although I will say that Dragon Kick rotation is a lot less bad than Ice Mage. And that is exactly true, Blaine. If the gameplay loop is not enjoyable, then it's going to be very hard to actually enjoy the game. That is very true. Yeah, it says if all jobs were built around their own internal cooldowns rather than raid buffs, they could make jobs have burst, but their own unique ways to do it. Well, many of them had like more, I feel like more sustained rotations, like more active rotations before we got so focused on burst. But I think it was just that there was less focus on stockpiling everything because you could. And that is exactly right, Blaine. Also, yeah, Samurai could Iceman. Due to the nature of optimizing everything, eventually there's only really one option left. And that is correct. And this is also something that I've talked about before. If we're going to have multiple ways to play a job, hypothetically, then let's hope that the most fun and enjoyable way to play it is also the best way to play it. Although that can be very, very hard to achieve, right? But we would certainly hope so. That the most fun way to play the job should also be the most effective way to play the job. Personally, I feel like that applies for a lot of jobs. But I'm absolute crazy in that aspect. Like, there's some capacity of me who just enjoys the act of doing something right. Which means that I might not actually enjoy the rotation itself, but I enjoy knowing that I did it right. Which tricks me into believing that I'm having more fun than I actually am. But yeah, optimization can sometimes feel like the polar opposite of fun. It's hard to say, and again, it depends on how it manifests. And I don't know how they would make sure that like the most fun way to play a job is the best way to play it. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know. But it would be effective, right? Yeah, it would be effective. And yes, fun is subjective, just like difficulty. Hey, just occurred to me, isn't that ship related to the Ivalice raid? There we go. That is good. I think an interesting thing to consider regarding that, JL, is that I feel like a lot of jobs are not like, not all of them are outright constructed to work in the 2-minute burst meta. Many of them just were like simplified a bit, and incidentally they fit. Some of the jobs that seem to have been specifically made to fit are like Paladin, for example, in my opinion. But I think a lot of the jobs would be perfectly fine to like only get like some adjustments to like fit in their own little world if you were to remove the 2-minute burst. Like for example, if Dragoon didn't have raid buffs or lance charge, then you would have no reason necessarily to postpone your first Life of the Dragon into 1 minute into the fight. No reason. But then again, lance charge feels kind of like core to the job, doesn't it? Chibauza says the mouth peeking out made it look like you had a large mustache. Maybe I do. It's a tech mustache. I don't think I'm gonna land it. But I'm going to try as the way to get down. I don't think I'm gonna land it. I can't remember how it's done. So I'm probably gonna miss it. Yep. Well, that's probably for the best. I don't even have the sightseeing log unlocked, so that would be the saddest way to land on it, wouldn't it? I know. The blue mage trick, I believe that was how I got it on my main originally. I have landed on it correctly since. And as we can see, Gazel is like level 12 blue mage, so it doesn't take very much to reach having self-destruct. I think it's like, I believe it's like bombs over here you can learn it from. It's very early. Yeah, exactly. A mob at Copperbell Mines, correct. That's exactly where it is. I suppose we could do the Evilise raid series next week. Since we have that picture then. What is happening there? What is happening? I don't think we would be able to set up minimum item level no echo. I don't think I have 24 people on speed dial, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly, Angel. I was just about to say that. Sure, but you need to, you know, be able to enter the instance. Hey, Senju Nation, I hope you're doing well. Ask people to bring their friends. It's fine. I actually think the Evilise raid is pretty challenging as it is. Look, it's a pink bean. I think that'll be what we do. What do you mean with except the new one? You could still do the newest Alliance raid minimum item level no echo and it would be harder than doing it as is now.
the alliance raids are typically released where you're significantly overgeared for them. Just by construction. So I'm pretty sure you could find, like, get some extra entertainment out of that. More chances to kiss Lim Lane. Ah, yes. You do it in minimum item level, no echo, no killing Lim Lane. You just like progress through the entire raid, and then when you reach Lim Lane, you just don't kill her. You just have like a tank get aggro, and then you just kind of just have the healers manage. And then you just repeatedly see how many times you can kiss Lim Lane. It's MINEKL, minimum item level, no echo, kiss Lim Lane. Thank you, Senju. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I always like that there's like a little open window here. You can see there's like stuff out here, but you can't jump out. You can just, there's like a force field in this particular room. There we go. It is the scientist. She's ready to battle. Indeed, I also did make a like a quality of life UI changes video. I actually did a bunch of things. Just in general, I make a lot of videos on like rotations, tips, tricks, and everything. So I'm sure if you enjoy those kinds of things, Senju, I'm sure you'll have tons of stuff to watch on the channel. For instance, what kind of experiments do you do? Well, we try and see what kind of candy flavors we can infuse into crystals, and then we eat them. We also try to figure out what different soul crystals taste like. I'm not sure what this one tastes like, but oh, I don't know, maybe oranges? Exactly. Precisely, Zard and Gazel. That's the one. But yeah, we finally reached level 70 with Astrologian, and we even reached it perfectly such that we could have a full item level 400 gear set ready to go. To do it with. And that of course means that from next week forward we can like start working on Stormblood side content like trials, raids, alliance raids, and I think we'll start with the alliance raids just because of how perfect that picture was. Otherwise it would be like there's no particular reason to take a specific order. We can start with that, and then we can do the other ones. Hopefully we can do like one a week. That's usually how I go about it. Although I could imagine that the 4 lords might finish earlier, although the dungeons would pad it out a lot. Anyway, if you enjoyed all of the wonderful people in the live chat that you've on this stream, remember that there's a Discord community server where you will find most of them, and you will also find me. You will also find a weekly schedule that I update
every Sunday or Monday-ish with the following week's content. And you might find that helpful to keep watching what's happening. For example, and this isn't out yet, but on Tuesday we will be doing the new variant dungeon, so I hope people have had like a chance to enjoy that, so that they don't feel like they have to get spoiled to watch me do it. So keep that in mind. There's also an announcement room where you can see whenever I post a new video, plan a new stream, whatever it is, it usually shows up there first. And if you go into the role assignments, you can also grab the reminder role to get a little notification whenever I post these things. I mean, Blaine, you could just like do it while we do the stream itself if you wanted to. So that we experience it together in a way. Who knows? I don't have a full 4-man party planned yet, so we'll figure that out as we go. Yeah, and if you did in fact enjoy this stream, it would help me a ton if you leave a like on the stream itself in the YouTube stuff. The thumbs up that tells YouTube that it was a wonderful stream, and you think that other people would also enjoy watching it. And it helps me. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. I think that's everything that I had. Did someone say variant dungeon? I did indeed. I think that's everything. So thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. And with that said, we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. And thank you for watching.